is a tooth detergent that lifts stains off of your teeth. Best of all, there's no messy strips or trays that you have to leave in your mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes and you're done. To try Paraswabs risk-free, call 1-800-270-7013. That's 1-800-270-7013. I guarantee your bright white smile will have your friends, family, and coworkers talking about how great you look. Try it risk-free today. 1-800-270-7013. That's 1-800-270-7013.
Pete and Repeat get hired the same day. Repeat's company doesn't use Paycom. What does the HR director need to do after entering Repeat's information the first time? Repeat repeats. Pete's company uses Paycom. What does Pete's HR director need to do after entering Pete's information the first time? Nothing. Pete's complete. If your company hasn't switched to Paycom yet, your HR staff is probably re-entering Repeat's reports repeatedly into multiple databases. Paycom uses a single database solution that removes ridiculous redundancy and better manages your human capital using innovative cloud-based technology. So visit paycomonline.com or call 1-855-5PAYCOM today, because when it comes to managing Pete and Repeat's data, no system can compete. Switching to Paycom is easy. See a product preview by visiting paycomonline.com or call 1-855-5PAYCOM.
If you're a man or a woman who has 5 to 25 pounds to lose, please listen. Have you been trying to lose the same stubborn weight for years with little or no permanent results? Do you ever feel bloated, sluggish, and tired? Many of us are overweight because we eat fast food, fatty meats, and snack food. This keeps your stomach fat and the body saggy. There's a new way to lose weight that's faster and healthier than any diet program. It's called Banitol, scientifically developed, doctor-reviewed detox and weight loss system that helps cleanse your body and lose the 5 to 25 pounds that some professionals say is stored in our body for years. And it's so easy. Months of failed dieting may be equal to a week of Banitol. Natural and effective. Take Banitol once in the morning, and in just days, you'll see a slimmer midsection. Banitol eliminates the weight you can't lose by starvation diet or exhausting exercise. And you don't have to take it forever.
Try Banitol risk-free. 1-800-707-2090. 1-800-707-2090. Call 1-800-707-2090. 1-800-707-2090.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
So you're in the market for a used car and shopping for a great deal. If you're buying a car from a stranger you met online, you're going to want to take some precautions. Larry Gamache from Carfax has some advice.
Buying a car from a private seller can be a great option, but you want to take extra precaution to avoid getting ripped off. Make sure you get a Carfax report. You'll see accidents and service reported to Carfax, plus a price based on the car's history.
Gamache says a Carfax report can help you find a great car and pay the right price. Just say, "Show me the Carfax." Get yours at Carfax.com.
This is the worst of the week countdown, where we take the best of this week's Opie Anthony show, call it the worst, rate it, and then count it down for your listening pleasure. Here's your host. What's his name? Face.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's the worst of the week countdown, where we count down the worst of the week. But, you know, it's actually the best. That's what we do. It's a cute little thing we do on the Opie and Anthony show. My name's Sam Roberts. You've heard me on the show. You've heard me on After O&A Live. This was a huge week. We're highlighting all of it for you. You're going to love it. We had Ant stories from Tijuana. Awesome guest. Stephen Lynch made his return to the show. Mike Tyson was on the show. Mark Maron was on the show. The great Ben Kingsley was on the show. Anthony Bourdain was on the show. Before we get to any of that, Vinnie from the Jersey Shore. Of all the people on the Jersey Shore to get a talk show, Vinnie gets a talk show. You know, he's been friends with us for a while, since he first came in and did the show. He came back. His Uncle Nino was with him. His mom was with him. Because the premise for this talk show he's doing, it's on MTV, and it all takes place in his house, and his family stars with him. They're a very strange family, and they're fun to hear, especially on the radio. That's what we have for you on the countdown.
Number 8. 8. Number 8.
So how did they convince you to do a TV show? Did you want to be in the spotlight or no?
I really didn't see anything coming. You know, I mean, Vinny had asked me if, told me about the idea, and I said, fine.
Yeah.
Whatever you need me to do. I mean, I'm always cooking, and we always have family over, and so I just figure what's a couple of more 35 people, you know?
A couple of more 35.
She don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
She cares about what people want to eat. She doesn't
Yeah.
know who any of the celebrities are that come over.
No.
You know?
Neither does he.
I had no clue.
Now I know
None
who
of
they
it.
are.
Think he
but
knows?
No, you don't know.
No,
right?
no. Yo, I knew Mark Wahlberg from the movie Ted, you know? That's why I know.
Just from Ted.
From Ted, that's it.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Well, yeah, you have Mark, you have Kesha.
Kesha's
been
a
on.
fucking nut. She's off the wall.
Are you supposed to be cursing?
You could curse on this one. Does your mom, do you mind the cursing?
Show.
Right.
Joe Anthony fucking show.
No, I don't mind it.
No.
Yeah, I mind it.
No, you don't mind it. The other day, she was the New York Post wrote like a bad review, and they started making fun of her.
Oh, shit.
And then someone starts, all I hear is someone telling her, and then I just hear her go, fuck them.
That's right, you don't
I
curse.
actually said...
Say it.
You said, fuck them.
Fuck her.
Oh, fuck her.
Fuck her.
What was
She
it?
made fun of my hair. She made fun of me. She said I was brought up in the Roosevelt. What did she say?
Roosevelt era.
What was it? That fucking Stasi? What's her name?
Linda
Stasi. Linda Stasi.
Yeah,
She had no fucking wrist. She's probably bald.
She's like, he doesn't
must be
need
bald,
his
that fucking
mom.
old lady.
What did she say? He doesn't need his mom to succeed. Anyway, she's from like the Roosevelt era.
She looks like she's right out of the Roosevelt era.
Oh, man.
That bitch said something about me. Like I walk around with my shirt open.
Oh, that he glorifies the
But that's true.
The Italian stereotype.
That's what I do. Oh, fucking bitch.
What are you gonna And what? I think she's a paisan,
But
too.
you shouldn't make fun of somebody's mom.
Exactly, right? Moms
She's
have...
obviously not a mom, right? Is she a mom?
Probably not. I hope not.
Not with that job.
Exactly. You know what? Yeah, moms get a pass.
Yeah.
They get a pass with everybody. You don't goof on moms.
Yeah.
How was Lil Wayne?
Lil Wayne was like super respectful. Just like
sweetheart.
when you bring anyone around a mom, they become like little boys. He took off his hat. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah. Did he offer us some scissorp?
Nah, we didn't drink the scissor. This was pre-scissor, Lil Wayne.
He wasn't on drugs?
The only thing I told him,
Probably, but I don't know.
I told him,
you saw him.
I told him to lift his pants up. You know, in my sister's
Right,
house.
right.
You're embarrassing my insulted us. No, I did.
You're an embarrassment. You're gonna tell people to lift their pants up? Look at you.
What the fuck? You insulted me and my family.
You're a walking insult.
Now this isn't a set. This isn't some stage. This is your house.
Yes.
Did you have any reservations about opening your house up to these people?
No, I really did not realize. Not that I didn't realize. You know, it's a big old house, and I raised, 30 years with them, and I raised my kids there, and
See, the thing is,
it's not a fancy house.
Yeah, I never even had friends come over because it's a tiny house. My apartment.
We have one bathroom.
We live in an apartment basically, and and then it went from that to being the set. And then I told MTV and everyone, I said, there's other places. We go to my aunt's house. You know what I mean? I'm buying a new house. We can go to that one. They're like, no, we want this nitty-gritty, raunchy apartment right here.
It's not raunchy, Vinny.
Oh, hey, Benny, come on now.
But when it's tight.
How many people live in there now?
Yeah, but you know what it is? We never had they had their own room.
Smarten up, motherfucker.
But I had my own room, but we didn't have like a living room. It was just the kitchen.
Yeah,
you know?
everyone you walk into the living room, then all of a sudden they're in my mother's room.
Yeah.
It's like railroad rooms,
Yeah, you can
Each
tell
step
it's
is a
very
different
small.
room.
But we made my sister's room the green room. We made my mother's room the dining room.
Yeah,
and we put lights in. There's lights hanging up in the ceiling.
Now, how often is this intrusion on your life happening?
For 2 months.
It's every day for 2 months.
Yeah, not every day, but we go sometimes 4 times a week.
But you can't really break everything down and
no, it stays up.
So it stays up.
That's
So
what I'm
so
saying.
she's
So
it's actually, I bought a new house with my Jersey Shore money.
Nice.
So
and I would run away.
So at the same time that we were filming, we were sleeping in the new house.
Oh, okay,
but it's
that
like
works.
an empty house. Just
How big is it?
Yeah,
It's pretty. It's a decent size.
It's bigger than this one.
Yeah.
Staten Island?
Yeah, I bought it for me, my mother, and my sisters, and I live in the downstairs.
Why do you live with your family? Because you're a successful guy, and I lived at home until I was 30, but do you just like living with your family?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to get them out of that little apartment, and I don't have it like that where I can buy them a house and me a house
you a house.
everything.
Sure.
So I kind of bought a house that has 2 houses in one. Like I live in the basement. I made it like a sick
You
apartment.
would still live with us.
No,
Where
Ma.
are you going?
It's a very Italian thing to do.
Yeah, but soon I want to get out there and get my independence. I just travel a lot so much that I end up coming home and I want to just eat my mother's cooking, do my laundry.
And do the laundry.
Yeah.
Does Mom do your laundry or do you do it?
No, my mother does it.
Your mother does the laundry?
Mama's boy.
Yeah.
100%.
I can't watch
If I do
this
it, it
shit.
smells like shit.
You probably leave it in the washing machine too long.
I guess. Yeah.
Watching the
Don't
toilet.
wash in the fucking toilet.
Watching the
Don't
toilet,
wash in
he
the toilet. It
says.
smells like shit.
He said don't wash the clothes in the toilet if it smells like shit. See?
I don't mind.
And I don't need a reservation to go to the house. I just show up when the food is served. I show up to eat.
You just show up.
We don't even know how we got on the show.
Reservation.
Yeah.
By the way, who conceptualized this show?
Basically, I started to improv and I do stand-up comedy. Like not do
you
it,
stand-up?
but
I know.
I did it once. But I do UCB. So shut up. Fuck up. So when I went to them, I said, listen, I want to do something else that's not reality, you know. And they always put me on their little MTV has a million shows like talking head shows and stuff, and I've done acting stuff for them. And then they will. You know, I guess they saw that there was more to me than just follow me around and watch me drink. And then, but America does know me with my family. They know me from Staten Island, so we wanted to incorporate that on. So we weren't going to have a sitcom. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to script these people.
Yeah.
And then plus, I guess the network wanted a place where artists and actors can come promote their stuff, and it's never been done before, so we gave it a whirl.
Who have you had on besides Lil Wayne?
We had Kesha, Mark Wahlberg, Anthony Mackie, ASAP Rocky, Red Foo, Whitney Cummings, Jenny McCarthy, a lot of people. Just like a lot of current pop culture MTV
One of my favorites
audience.
Was that Tyler
the Creator.
He's a fucking nut.
Sierra. Oh, they listed right here. Perez Hilton.
The girl that got on her knees under the table.
Iggy Azalea.
Yeah, what was that all about, man? I came in to eat, and you were under the fucking table. What were you doing under there?
Well, no, this girl Iggy Azalea. You ever hear of her?
No.
She's like this tall Australian.
Like 7 feet tall.
Wilhelmina. She's a model, but she's like a gangster rapper, and she's hot.
She good?
She's hot, but she was trying to like feed me, and she couldn't reach the table. We didn't have a chair, so she got on her knees, and I was like literally 5 seconds into the interview, and I'm like, "This is awesome," you know? What I mean? Like 5 minutes, the girl's on her knees. What?
What was she doing on her knees?
She was like spreading.
So that's how she reached the table.
My mother had a heart attack, but Jenny McCarthy was like in my bedroom, in my bed that I grew up in.
She was very forward.
Yeah,
she was very forward. Yeah,
they kept me out of that episode. They kept me in that fucking garage.
You were saying
in the house.
You were saying before that everybody's been respectful or anything, but has anybody done anything that you were kind of like, oh, well, this is my house?
Well, the women.
Jenny
McCarthy.
Well, Jenny McCarthy, yeah. She started talking about SCX.
She would never say sex. She would never say sex. Say sex.
Well, that's a little.
Say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say.
See, she always fucking gives it to me.
She always fucking gives it to me. God damn, Nino.
You didn't like the dirty talk. You don't mind a little cursing, but the dirty
I
talk.
had my daughter on one side. I have a daughter who's 20 who
my sister
hasn't dated yet.
adults.
So 21, they're not allowed to date.
Oh.
Yeah, and they respect that. My older daughter's 28 now. And now she says, Mommy did the right thing. And this one is 20, and she hasn't dated yet.
Wow.
Even though she likes a boy now, I know.
Uh-oh. White kid?
But she's going to be 21 in February.
All right.
That was like, were you crazy? That was the most serious question anyone's ever asked me. I've never seen you respond like that. Nino.
I have no idea.
Nino. Stop, bro. You're on TV.
I asked her if
Your mother wouldn't go for that.
she's into a
She
guy.
just got her permission out.
And I said, is it a white guy?
Oh.
And Nino's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Come on.
Of course.
Yeah, hey, what are you talking about?
What the fuck is that better? What the fuck is?
You know what?
It's 2013, Nino. Come on.
It doesn't matter?
No, I'm not.
I like dark girls.
I'm not like
You wouldn't
that.
care, though? Your little
I think
girl...
it's shot in the dark all the time.
Your little girl comes home with a black guy. Normally, if you look at the average of Italian families, they don't want their little girl coming home with a black guy.
No, we don't really discriminate. I mean,
My
if it made her happy.
I was
don't say
always
that, black.
told, because we don't discriminate.
Sure. Switched up.
Oh my God, shut up.
Hey,
Guys, shut up.
Is he going to shut up, Vinny, or no?
Nah.
Anyway, so I think what happened was I figured it out like 40 years later because I'm here. I'm 53, 43 years. Anyway, when I came to America, I didn't speak a word of English. None of us did. So, by coincidence, the neighbor, my grandfather lived on Bradley. The neighbor was a black family, African American. And also on the other side, and these people really, if it wasn't for them, a girl named Deborah, I had never seen a black person.
Oh, wow.
I swear to God.
I love
Yeah.
Pretty girl. She was really chubby,
oh, my God.
He's getting so nervous with this conversation.
I know.
A black person. And Deborah, she used to put me on the bus every morning, take me to the bus stop.
Vinny's panicking. I love this.
Well, it's a nice story.
Vinny's hyperventilating.
He's panicking.
Why?
He's watching his MTV deal disappear.
It's a sweet story.
Anyway, so
years
then
ago.
Anyway, so later on in life, I had people tell me, people that I really didn't care for too much.
Yes.
They used to tell me, "Oh, you're like that because you're an immigrant too, you know, and you know you were a minority."
Right.
So that's why I don't discriminate, and you know, which is bullshit, probably. But maybe that had something to do with it.
Maybe it
I
did.
don't know.
She put you on the bus.
Yeah, your first experience with black people was pleasant.
Pleasant, yeah. She made sure every morning she used to come to the house, take me by the hand.
Yeah.
You too,
Oh,
Nino?
my God. How did you grow up with this guy? How did you grow up
You know
with
what?
this
It's
guy?
always been like this.
As
I
it
swear
always,
to God.
right?
Yes. That's why my father used to beat the shit out of me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nino got beat a lot?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, my
To get the
father
strap?
was... Yeah, my father was tough.
The buckle and everything.
Oh,
man.
Yeah.
Only him.
Just me
I
out of
wonder
6.
why.
I don't know, just me.
Yeah, I wonder why.
So how did he react when he was getting beaten?
Huh? He stood there. He took it.
Yeah.
He said, hey, you
no
hit me. What the
choice.
fuck?
Yeah.
That's where it originated.
Yeah. Everything's just, hey, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, he did used to talk to him like that. He said, what are you doing? He couldn't run.
Bob, what the fuck?
You had to take it with Daddy.
Holy shit.
Yeah, somebody. So I was going to
It didn't work anyway.
Yeah. Well, we're about through for the day. Stay tuned for.
I'm sorry to bring no wine today. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, that's.
Hey, what's my buddy? Who's Opie?
Opie,
on vacation.
he's taking care of his kid's got a little
I was
flu.
how's the kid?
His kid's got a little flu, so he was up all night with the kid.
He's the nurse. He's the nurse.
So you know how it is.
Let them talk about our show. Shut up.
It's called the show.
Shut the fuck up.
The show with Vinny premieres this Thursday, May 2nd, tomorrow night. It's 10 o'clock on MTV, and it's Vinny.
No matter what race you are, watch it.
Exactly. It's all inclusive.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an international show. Everybody can watch it.
Yes.
It's obviously a very entertaining family, and I would certainly suggest watching it to see people kind of come in and mix. It's a really a different idea.
Oh
for a show.
yeah. It's you're thrusting two worlds together, and it's hilarious. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Your mom's adorable. I love it. And Nino,
The coffee sucked,
what
but
the
it's
fuck?
okay.
It's actually pretty good.
What the fuck? I'm tied up over it.
I'm tied up over it. He's tangled in the headphone cords. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Take care. Take it easy. Very good. Little hugs and kisses going on here. Hey, Nino, how you doing, my friend? Hey, huh? All right, my friend. Take care, huh? Light albino. There it is. He's saying his goodbyes to Roland. And there he goes. Take it easy, my friend. Holy shit.
He's an entertaining guy, though.
He really is. Yeah. I know he is.
He's a nice guy.
I like him with the contrast of Vinny and his mom because his mom just telling him to shut the fuck up. It's hilarious.
Vinny was,
hey, my sister told me shut the fuck up.
He was really in a panic when his mom started telling the story about the black family that lived next door.
Yes. He was worried that fucking Nino was going to blurt something out.
Well, if you remember,
he's quiet.
Yeah.
And the MTV guy goes, Uncle Nino's very quiet. I was like,
oh, yeah, sure he is.
This way.
Now, Nino, if you remember, he was telling some off-color jokes a few times back when he was in, and Vinny was just like, because he just sees his whole career going down the shitter because his fucking uncle blurted something stupid out. In this day and age, they don't care.
The worst of the week countdown.
Worst of the Week countdown with me, Sam Roberts, from the Opie and Anthony Show from After O&A Live. Still to come on this here countdown where we're highlighting all the greatest moments of the week that was. We're going to be talking about the channel change that's happening with this very channel. We're going to be talking to Anthony Bourdain, Ben Kingsley, Stephen Lynch, Mark Maron, Mike Tyson. But before we get to any of that, on Friday, Roland decided it was Taco Day. And he got some people who make tacos here in New York to come in and give them to us. That's Roland's new thing. All of his favorite restaurants, I guess he wants to eat for free, so he gets them to come in. They give us food. We mention their restaurant, and he gets to eat for free. I don't know, but sometimes greatness comes out of it, and we get to hear stories about Ant and his dad and growing up and going to Tijuana. Who's got stories of their childhood in Tijuana? Unless you're Mexican or from San Diego, probably not a lot of you. Anthony has those stories. A guy from Long Island who collects guns is now going to tell us what it was like when he was growing up in Tijuana. It's amazing. And it's the worst of the week countdown.
I love Mexico. My dad used to take me to Tijuana when we used to live in San Juan Capistrano. My dad would take me down to Tijuana. And it was interesting. I liked it. Very colorful.
Did you buy souvenirs?
No, because the second you brought money out, a bunch of kids would come running up. And they asked you for it. And then there were horses painted like zebras. It was cool, though. I bought a big ceramic bull and brought it across the border. The border guy wanted to know what was in it. I was like, it's a piggy bank. I just paid more attention to my dad. He's hammered.
Would he drink in Tijuana?
Oh, would he ever? Tequila. Wow. Yeah, our Tijuana trips are legendary.
Even though you had to drive?
Oh, yeah, he didn't care. Dad would drink and drive at the same time, like with a beer. I remember once he had a beer in one hand. He had his CB mic in the other with the cord, and his hand on the wheel with the CB mic, and then he tried to make a turn and wind his hand around. He got literally wrapped up in the CB cord, and the beer started spilling, and we're going into another lane, and he was hammered.
Did you ever take his beer and dump it out the window and say, this is really irresponsible?
Oh, yeah, sure. Were you kidding? That would have been death.
Where would he drink in Tijuana? Like on the street, or would he bring you into like scary bars?
It would be in scary bars. Yeah. There were some scary bars.
Being young?
It's Tijuana.
And
the
you were
fucking girl doing the sex show was younger than me on the stage.
How old?
Fantastic.
How old were you?
I was probably 13. Around there.
And you just sit at the bar?
And I would just sit at the bar. Or if they didn't let me sit at the bar, I'd sit at a table because it was like a bar-restaurant thing.
Well, you guys would drive in, right?
Drink. Oh, yeah, we would drive in. And then and drive out.
Were you worried about your car getting stolen, or wasn't he worried back then about getting ripped off? I heard in Tijuana you get ripped off for it.
No, I don't think he cared. Yeah. Dad didn't really think much about it. Yeah.
You're making someone very uncomfortable.
No, this is my experience in Tijuana.
She's very uncomfortable.
I know.
Awful.
She's trying to figure out how the fuck to get out of here.
Why? What? No, it was great. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I remember it was very dangerous. Like some of the roads through San Diego.
Yeah.
Where, the cliffs there and stuff. We'd be driving this truck and my dad was hammered and, I'm just looking over. Like, I used to love red lights. I was, like, now I hate it, but I used to drive with my dad and then there'd be a red light and it was the time where I could go,
I'd breathe again.
I could breathe a little. And I'm like, fuck. And then, like, green. I would just tense up again for the whole fucking ride. And I'm, like, leaning my body, trying to steer the truck, like, away from the cliff, away from like a big cement Conrock truck is rumbling down the road. And he's drifting into that lane.
He's drinking
like,
and he's on his CV.
And if I even said, like, Dad, he'd be like, I see it, goddammit. Don't tell me. I'm like, oh, God. Oh, red light.
How far was it to
Green! That was terrible.
How far of a ride was it?
It was like what's it from San Diego to it was between LA and San Diego, Capistrano.
Like 2.5, 3.
Yeah, it was probably a couple hours.
Long drives.
Oh, fuck it. Dude, we used to go to Lake Elsinore from Capistrano, and that's over the Ortega Highway. It's like a movie road where it's just on the edge of a cliff the entire way, and it's all windy.
Jesus.
And it was horrifying.
And you'd get in those lines to go through customs? Like that?
Yeah, that was going to Mexico. Yeah, it was. We'd get on the line to go through customs. They wouldn't give a shit. He'd be hammered. He'd be like, how you doing today? And he was the one that always thought he was like the big flirter when he was drunk. So it's like, hi, little lady. And
That's what they want to hear.
Yeah, a woman. I remember once he was like, you got a complexion like peaches and cream, he said to a woman. It's like, oh, God, Dad, stop it.
Would you be embarrassed?
Oh, yes.
But why were you guys going down there? You didn't
It was
explain.
just a week, like
just
a Saturday thing to do.
It's lawless.
Go down there. Yeah.
What time would you go?
It was early in the morning we would leave.
Oh, okay.
So we'd be there for the afternoon and part of the evening. We'd probably head back about 7 and stuff. So it was a full day.
Back when it was dark, back on the cliff road.
Yeah. The dark nighttime was just a horror show. It was just... I was tense the whole ride.
Clutching your ball.
Oh, it was horrible. And, by the way, it was a shift truck.
Oh, no.
So he was, and it was on the column. That's right. So he's driving CB, beer, shifting, trying to steer. Old Blue, the lab was in the fucking back of the truck.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And so you'd have to watch him because the poor dog is ready to jump out of the truck. It was so much anxiety for me. My trip to Tijuana was so much anxiety.
I love the picture of you in the bar, all creepy characters and smoky, and you're just sitting there like a...
Yeah, they were like
a little kid. Just sitting there.
Kid.
Yeah, taking it all in.
Mariachi band would be playing, and I'd just be sitting there, and Dad's at the bar like, yeah, another tequila. Yeah, and I'm just sitting there, and he'd look back. What do you need? Another Coke? He's like, yeah.
People's guns sticking out of their pockets.
Would he talk to people or interact with people?
Oh, yeah. He was very social. Yeah, we a couple of times downstairs from the Franciscan. There's a place called the Franciscan, and that was in Capistrano. I guess we were leaving, and we had a bunch of his friends and stuff, all drunk and everything. And he was leaving the parking garage, which was underneath the Franciscan, and his truck blew a lot of smoke. So he stepped on the gas, and smoke blew out, and a bunch of these tourists, and they hate it. If you lived in Capistrano, because the swallows always come back, and they got the mission there, so there were tourists everywhere. And if you lived there, you hated the fucking tourists. So he stepped on the gas, and a bunch of black smoke came out of the exhaust, and these tourists were like, hey, fucking asshole, fucking. And my father's like, fuck me, fuck you. And everyone gets out of the truck. And like, now I'm out of the truck, so I'm probably 14, maybe 13, 14 years old, and I'm standing there with these big drunk men and these other tourist guys, and they're like, yeah, you fucking asshole, and fuck you, fuck. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. So one of these guys, one of my father's friends, throws his cigarette pack at one of his other friends and goes, hold these, Finney. And he goes to hold him because he's going to clock this guy in the head, and the tourist just pounded him in the face. And one of my father's friends down already.
You saw your dad get beat up?
No, it was one of my father's friends.
Got beat up.
He got beat up. So then it was on. And at that point, 2 guys come running after me because I'm the little fucking guy.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, whoa, I'm hightailing it.
You didn't fight?
Why would I fight? I didn't even want to be there.
There's grown-ups coming for me.
Yeah, and it was 2 of them. Well, my dad turned around and grabbed one of them. And then the other guy, like, I guess I ran up the stairs and that was it. But then I went back downstairs and the cops are there and they put everybody against the wall. So we're all just kind of leaning against the wall. And I'm looking over and my father's there and there's Hal Finney with his fucking eye all bloody. And I'm like, oh, this was a great night. We were leaving. Hal Finney. It was Hal Finney.
The Cutters.
Yeah.
The Cutters are in trouble again.
Oh, it was crazy. Yeah. Hal Finney's Taco Shop.
That ain't the name of
Hal Finney
Taco Hut.
I haven't even thought of Hal Finney in years.
I love the fact that Hal Finney got clocked in the eye.
Hal Finney was a little bloodied.
I don't know, but it sounds like he deserved it a little bit.
Yeah, all of them did.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I like his fighting prep is hold these.
I saw my dad brawl a few times. He always did pretty good for himself. Right? Yeah, he never got his ass kicked. I remember when he beat up a Mexican guy for trying to pick me up at a party.
No.
Yeah, I was hanging out at a party, and it was an outdoor at the stables and stuff, and we were hanging out, and I was drinking some of this homebrew that they used to make. And everybody else was, so they were pretty hammered. So I was hanging out, and my dad was talking to his friends. I was probably same age, like 13, 14.
13, 14.
Adorable.
And, yeah, I was adorable, very molestable. And there was this Mexican guy, and he was all kind of drunk, and he came over near me, but within earshot of my dad. He goes, "Hey, how are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, good. He's like, "Well, you know, me and you, why don't we go into the bushes over here?"
Oh, my God.
And my dad came flying across the hood of a truck that we were standing next to, and just grabbed the guy and started just pounding his face.
Wow.
And then the rest of the guys were like, because obviously he was an uncle or cousin of somebody's, he's like, Joey, wait, hold on. He's like, this motherfucker thing. And he's pounding, and I'm there.
What was he going to do to me in the bushes?
Yeah. Hey, Dad, you cock blocker.
I was this close to being in the bushes.
Yeah, but Dad didn't want him fucking tapping into his supply.
I love that all your dad's stories is he's always very close to the truck.
Yes, his story's right there. Well, how could you drunk drive if you don't have something to drive?
Right.
So he's very close to the
Obvious
truck.
your dad loved you, though.
Oh, he would not fucking.
What the fuck? He wouldn't
or he
play.
loved fighting, or hated
Exactly.
games.
Or he just didn't like that guy.
There's a lot of options there.
Or he was very scared you were going to take the Mexican up on
Oh, yeah. He didn't want to wait and hear if I said yes.
Right.
Get that off of the path.
Not on my watch.
Right.
That's not exactly a good, inspiring tale of fatherly love. You mean he didn't want you to get fucked in the mouth in the shrubs?
Dear old dad.
He rules. I had a lot of fun out there.
See, we got a lot of fucking Mexican stories.
And the party, by the way, at the stable, it was at Juan Reyes' stable. You might remember Juan Reyes.
Juan.
His son was Charlie Reyes, who was shot in the Mojave Desert when we were all hanging out partying and had to be driven to Arizona from the Mojave Desert.
You saw his friend get shot.
Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. By his father.
Wow.
We were all camping out at some mining shack out in the Mojave Desert, and the father went to load his gun. He had a .22, and it was an old-style one where you had to have it half-cocked to spin the cylinder. So he lifted it up before he put the hammer down on an empty cylinder. It was a live cylinder, and the bullet went off. Shot his 10-year-old son, Charlie, right through the shoulder. It went right in, like, over his heart, and then out the back.
Jesus.
And I was looking at Charlie right at the time, and he just went, and it looked like a water fountain of blood pumped out, and he just went down to his knees and then down to his face. And I'm like, oh my God. Holy fuck, I just saw someone get shot.
Wow.
This is crazy. And then they all packed him into a pickup truck, and we were in between Barstow and Needles, Arizona, somewhere, and like 50 miles off the main road. We had dune buggies and guns and fucking whiskey. It was crazy.
Desert.
See, guns are bad, Ant. See?
No, they were
guns
great.
Are bad. Guns are bad. See?
We were like again, 14 years old, and we would take these dune buggies out and have two people in the back, one driving and one in the passenger seat, all with rifles, and we're just shooting anything
like
from
Mad
moving
Max.
dune buggies. Yeah, it was like fucking Mad Max, the children's version. We'd shoot any poor living thing that came across us was dead. Jesus, I think I shot a lizard.
I never thought the taco show would turn into this.
Oh, this is all about,
all
Southern
tacos.
California and me hanging out with the Mexican people.
Yeah, it's where tacos come from.
Arizona. It was the Old Woman Mountains, and it was a big old silver and turquoise mine with a little mining shack, and we used to just camp there. It was great.
That sounds awesome.
Disneyland like everybody else?
Disneyland? You can't drink in the Magic Kingdom. Are you crazy?
You can't watch your friend Charlie get shot?
Right. I'm going to see Charlie get shot in the Magic Kingdom?
It's a small world.
Fuck that.
What a disaster of a childhood.
Oh, it was fantastical.
It sounds fun.
It was magical, really,
really
when I think about
great.
it. I finally came to my senses and was like, I got to go back home to my mom in New York because this is going really poorly.
That's fun, but this is wrong.
It was like fun, but even I at that young age realized, wow, I'm really headed down a weird road here. I just pictured me driving the pickup truck with a fucking Budweiser between my legs, that CB in my hand, with my little boy fucking tensed up with anxiety and palpitations.
Or some little boy.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie Anthony channel. Every NBA and NHL playoff game is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app. The game-winning baskets. Oh, he did it! Chris Paul! The game-winning goals. Got over to Hosa, one-timer, he scored! Hear them all right here. Let Sirius XM be your ultimate sports pass. To hear every NBA and NHL playoff game wherever you go on the Sirius XM app, upgrade to All Access today. Visit SiriusXM.com/All Access or call 877-613-3589. Comedy, MMA, psychedelia. Fuck yeah. 100% guaranteed. Are you experienced? That's a mind fucking half right there. The Joe Rogan Experience.
This week, comedians Ari Shaffir and Amy Schumer.
Have you never done with anything but white?
Yeah.
Why would you assume she has such an extensive sexual background?
If I want to sleep with someone, it happens real quick.
Like within hours?
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
I know.
Here's the Joe Rogan Experience. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie Anthony Show.
Dollar Shave Club. Your razors, it doesn't need a vibrating handle, back scratcher, a 10 blades. Seriously, have you noticed the price you pay for new razors? And you're doing this every month for the rest of your life. This is your Dollar Shave Club moment, and it's time to join all the Opie and Anthony listeners. Ooh, look at that. Who've discovered DollarShaveClub.com. Listen, here's what all the buzz is about. It's like found money. All us guys want is a great shave, right? Without shelling out $20 a month after month. Dollar Shave Club is genius. You'd be crazy not to do this. You send them a couple of bucks a month, and they deliver amazing quality razors right to your door. You save a fortune. Plus, you always have fresh blades on hand. No more zombieing out your face with old razor blades because you can't afford. Or forget to buy new ones. Join the rest of the Opie and Anthony listeners and get a great shave and keep your cash at DollarShaveClub.com. That's DollarShaveClub.com.
Are you single and using online dating sites? Why, that's a fine idea. Maybe you'll find just the right person using a computer. Maybe she'll be stunning and laugh at all your jokes and you'll fall in love. And it'll turn out she's really a famous Hollywood actress. Or maybe you should call It's Just Lunch. It's Just Lunch uses real dating experts to get you out on some real dates for some real fun, real fast. It's Just Lunch, a smarter way to date.
Call It's Just Lunch at 1-800-THE-DATE. That's 1-800-THE-DATE.
I want my mileage back.
It's not stolen overnight, but one day you do the math and discover that you no longer have the MPG you once had. Your car needs its fuel system cleaned, and it needs it now. You need BG44K. It's the one service managers use the most. In fact, they use BG44K almost 3-to-1 over any other fuel system cleaner made. To find a shop near you, go to BGFindAShop.com. That's BGFindAShop.com.
I got my mileage back.
BG.
Hi, this is Mike Reagan. Folks ask me, what would Ronald Reagan do if he were with us today? I believe the first thing he'd do is stop Obamacare. Already it's in effect with higher taxes, hidden fees, skyrocketing insurance rates, big Medicare cuts. And some insurance plans are hit with a 40% tax. Protect yourself by getting the Obamacare Survival Guide. It's already a #1 New York Times bestseller. Newsmax says it's the best guide to the new law, giving you the strategies, tips, and loopholes you need to know. If you're insured on Medicare, a business owner, a medical professional, just about anyone, you need this book. Get the #1 bestseller, the Obamacare Survival Guide, at bookstores everywhere. Or get our special $4.95 offer and save $15 off the cover price by going now to Obamacare911.com. Obamacare911.com. That's Obamacare911.com.
I'm Chuck Woolery. You know, I don't know about you, but I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I really don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works, Australian Dream. It's an arthritis pain relief cream. It's a great product. It doesn't smell or burn. It isn't greasy, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee, so you can use the whole jar, and if you're not happy, you get your money back. But I doubt that you'll send it back. You know, the stuff really works. Get Australian Dream at Walgreens, CVS, or Walmart. You'll be glad you did.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Here we go. We continue on. Worst of the week countdown. A lot to come. It's highlighting all the best moments that happened on the Opie and Anthony show this week. I'm Sam Roberts. You hear me whether you want to or not every morning on the O&A show, as well as the host of After Opie and Anthony Live. Still to come, a lot of great guests. Mark Maron, Mike Tyson, Stephen Lynch, Anthony Bourdain. We're going to be talking about the big channel change that's happening on this very channel and how Opie and Anthony found out, and take a wild guess whether management made the right move or not. But first, sometimes Opie and Anthony need to go home, right? But there are giant guests booked. So what are they going to do? Well, they're going to go home. Ben Kingsley was booked to do the show. Sir Ben Kingsley, you know him. Gandhi, Searching for Bobby Fischer, now Iron Man 3 that came out this weekend. He was coming in to do the show. The reason that I want to play this clip for you is especially the very beginning of it, the awkwardness. Opie and Anthony are like, look, Ben Kingsley is coming in at 10 a.m. That's when our show ends. We got to get out of here. Listen to the awkwardness as Ben Kingsley is right outside the studio before Opie and Anthony get a chance to sneak out. And then enjoy the interview that Jim and me are left to do with Ben Kingsley on the Worst of the Week Countdown.
Number 6.
Oh my God!
See, this is exactly what I knew would happen.
We were in discussion about this not happening.
No,
Actually,
because I really do have to leave.
Yeah, there was a discussion about this.
But now it's awkward. He's not supposed to see the awkwardness of the whole thing. Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's just...
I was waiting at my house.
Well, we got to just jump into it. We can't make him wait.
Oh my God!
He's Sir Ben Kingsley.
Sir Ben Kingsley is outside our studio.
Now I got to walk over there and. You guys got to leave in front of him.
Well, Roland was supposed to cut him off at the pass, so it didn't look awkward. That's all.
Yes, take him to a green room, but we don't have one. Oh my goodness.
Well, we got Ben Kingsley coming in.
Sir.
Gotta call him Sir Ben, yeah.
Sir Ben. You got to call him that?
Yeah, it's respect. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
Really? Can I look him in the eyes?
Yes.
When I walk past, oh my God, I got to pack this up so it doesn't look like I'm
packing up.
I'm packing up. Oh my God, Sir Ben! Sir Ben was on us in The Sopranos.
Yes,
if you remember.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, there was a.
How are we gonna do this? I don't want him to look.
All right, Sam, just run over there quick.
I don't want it to look awkward.
Oh my God, it's gonna look.
I really
awkward.
do have to get home to a sick kid.
It's gonna look awkward.
Yeah,
we set this up ahead of time. Do you have the card too, Sam?
Oh yeah. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Very low, very low. Thank you.
Are you?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Sir Ben Kingsley, yes,
Sir
it's
Ben,
you.
hello.
Thank you.
How are you? Pleasure.
Lovely to see you. I like wearing cans. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, we
Of course,
prefer
yeah,
it.
please do. We're on the air.
A lot
so
of
you
guests
know.
don't like to wear them, so we just kind of leave them there as an option. When you became, I wanted to ask you too, becoming Sir Ben, what is the process for that happening? Is it something they tell you is going to happen, and then it happens years later?
I had a letter from the Prime Minister's office maybe a month before it happened, and then invited to the palace for the actual ceremony.
Had you known before that they were like, do you know what it is that they say, okay, well, we would like to make Ben Kingsley Sir Ben Kingsley? Like, what happens before that?
You don't have any idea.
Oh, no.
It's a total surprise.
And in Britain, that's a tremendous honor.
It is indeed, yeah. Yeah, it's my citation was for my contribution to, or my work in drama. So it was for a dramatic actor.
Right.
Yeah. But it's not something you can like work towards. Like you can't have that be a goal necessarily.
You have no idea. You know, if you just hit the national nerve somehow or the national psyche, then England, which is not very openly enthusiastic like the States,
right?
It's quite guarded. So the counterbalance to that rather guarded aspect to your work is balanced by, you know, the Prime Minister and the palace saying, we've seen you, we like what you do very much, which is great.
Once you're recognized that way, does that change the way you work? Does that change the way you just pick what projects you're going to do? Or
I have always picked my projects based on my opening years in the theatre. So I love good writing. I always pick good writing. I hope to always pick good writing. So that national embrace doesn't really affect my process in as much as it's always been rooted in a great Englishman called Shakespeare. I'm not pretending to be a great Englishman, but that was my starting point. You know, his work's so beautiful.
So is that considered, and again, forgive my ignorance, is that considered being knighted or no? Being a sir is different than being knighted? Or
No, it's the same
thing.
It
is the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say congratulations on being knighted, but I figured it would be wrong, and I would look stupid the second you walked in.
Absolutely right, yeah.
You've been in some of my favorite films. I mean, I think one that people, like, you know, everybody knows Schindler's List, but a lot of people don't talk about Searching for Bobby Fischer, which is just, it's probably my top 10 or 12 favorite movies.
That's very interesting because Josh, with whom I was this morning, said that's one of his favorite films.
Josh Waiskin?
Yes.
You saw the real Josh Waiskin?
No, I'm sorry. My interviewer this morning on a morning show said that as his child gets older, he's going to show his child a film because he said it's the greatest sports film he'd ever seen.
Yeah.
And that final battle between those two kids is extraordinary.
Yeah, and it's hard to make, because I love chess. It's really hard to make chess dramatic. It's hard to build up drama. I mean, you know, Bobby Fischer pulled it off, but it's really hard to make a movie where the climax is a chess match between two children.
You mentioned the link. The link is that Steven Zalian, who wrote and directed Searching for Bobby Fischer, went on to write Schindler's List. So, you know, that brings us back to writing, and then when it's beautifully written on the page, it's a joy to act and a joy to bring to life.
When you, because I find acting to be so difficult, when you see a role, like say they send you the script for Bobby Fischer, and now do you say, I'm going to learn these lines before I do them, or do you kind of like to just see them once? Like I said, Brando would have, like, you know, cue cards all over the place, or do you like to be completely off book and completely memorized?
I love to be completely off book, because then you have some understanding of the sweep of the whole movie. You have some understanding of the shading of every scene, where it sits in the film, because we don't always film in sequence, as you know. So I love to learn the whole thing.
And how do you? I would assume you must get very close to these characters that you play, since you do them so well. How long do they stay with you after? Like, you know, like, when does Gandhi leave you?
Well, one of my tricks is to let go immediately the director says cut, to let go totally, so that the next time I do a take, it's a running jump again. I never like to have the elastic halfway stretched.
Right.
It goes right back to its original shape, and then on action again, it's the same process. I go almost from zero into the character.
So you're not one of these guys who's sitting there at lunch still in character?
No. Absolutely not. No, I'm not. I get back to me as often as I possibly can, and as frequently as I can. Then I hope that the result is that maybe the take is fresh every time, rather than I'll give you a copy of a copy of a copy, which is a bit downhill. But everyone works differently, but I'm not. I don't quite know what the word method actor means, but I'm not one anyway.
I'm sure you've worked with some, though, over the years. And is it odd to talk to a guy off a cut, and then again you're having a burger together, and
they
he's
say,
talking
like,
in character? Is
Christian Bale just remains Batman while he's on set, and it's like, huh?
Right. As I say, you know, and I respect his work enormously. That everyone has their own method of working. I do remember one method actor who shall remain nameless, and he was so keen on being in character before a scene, banging around and kicking furniture and yelling, that by the time he got on set, he was exhausted, and by the time the director said action, he'd forgotten all his lines.
Because he was so wrapped up in the character while we weren't filming, which doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Was his performance good, or did it suffer, like, in the final product? Because Brando, like, you know, I've heard he would read dialogue off people. He would have it taped to their face, which you're like, that's horrible. But because it played the way Brando did, you're like, wow, what a brilliant move.
Oh, his performances are absolutely magnificent. Beautiful. Yeah.
So whatever he did was okay.
Although you could see where it would be degrading to his co-star, who has to sit there like a prop with lines taped to his forehead.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing.
Isn't there a party game where you stick a word to your head, or that you don't know what it is, and you've got to guess the word that's stuck onto your head?
Yeah, that sounds like that's what I heard he would do to certain certain guys that could get away with it. So I guess it all depends on how the final product comes out, whether somebody was a genius or whether they were just kind of irritating and eccentric.
Right. Of course. And Brando was a genius, absolutely. Yeah.
So Iron Man 3
Yeah.
is when you go into a summer blockbuster movie, you know going in this is what the goal is. Is that very different from something like Bobby Fischer?
Not with this particular franchise, because what's so beautiful and contagious about this franchise and what everybody loves about it is that although, of course, it's called Iron Man and it's about massively powerful exteriors, what they do explore is the vulnerable man inside, and that's where Robert Downey Jr. is terrific. He's vulnerable to friendship, he's vulnerable to comradeship, he's vulnerable to loss, he's vulnerable to self-doubt, he's vulnerable to panic attacks, he's vulnerable to love, because he's in an intimate relationship with Pepper, who's magnificently played. So I think that style sets it in a genre almost of its own. Therefore, brings me back to the writing. I jump in just on the same level.
Is that more difficult to kind of humanize a character that's obviously, it could be so silly? Like it's a superhero, but you have to relate it to an audience that's like, okay, I believe this.
I think it's a bit of a tightrope. I think that it's all a question of taste and rhythm and how you construct the arc of the character. I think that the way those moments are offered to the camera and the way it's edited, I think the rhythm of these films is beautiful, because after every magnificent action sequence that you have, it's immediately followed by a moment of vulnerability or tenderness or absurdity, but there's always that wonderful rhythm where they pull the audience in with magnificent action, and then there's something beautiful happens. Something very human happens. It's very clever rhythm.
And did you want to see the script before you agreed to do the film, or do you think the writing is so important to you?
I was visited by Kevin Feige before I had the script, and taught me through the arc of the character in the film, which I loved what he had to say. And then they sent me a script, and then Shane Black welcomed me onto the set, and I felt like a team player within seconds. They're a very, very welcoming group of people to work with.
And what do you watch? Is this the type of movie that you would watch? What do you watch for your own entertainment?
I have watched all of this particular franchise, the Marvel franchise, and I absolutely love it.
You started just to jump back in your career a bit, because it's very interesting. I read that Brian Epstein, the Beatles manager, is kind of how you got started. And can you just talk about that for a second? Because you don't hear many people with Beatles connections.
I was in a show, a play on stage in London that was produced by Brian Epstein. He backed it, he put the money into it, he was the producer. And my role in this play was a kind of musical chorus. I would come on during the play and sing a song about what the hero was going through and what he was about to go through. It was a lovely device that kept the play running smoothly. And Brian, of course, on the opening night, got two of his mates in, Ringo Starr and John Lennon. And I met them after the show.
Are those guys actors? I've not heard of them.
I met them after the show, and they were very sweet about my music. And it was, a total rip-off of their songs and Bob Dylan's, so a total rip-off. Just sang with an English accent. That's all, I got away with it. And I met Dick James, who was the recording manager of the Fab Four at the time, and he indeed, to my astonishment, offered me a recording contract and said that he would like to mold me. I would like to mold you. He said, I'm going to mold you, make you a rock star. And I ran out of his office and became an actor.
Do you ever look back on that and say, wow, maybe I could have given that a shot?
You know what? If I do have a musical ear, and I think I do, it's so much now absorbed into the tone I use as an actor, the rhythm of the language I use as an actor. Sexy Beast is a kind of musical performance because it's entirely based on rhythm and tone, and so I do use my musical ear in my acting. So I don't really have any regrets. I probably would be, dead in a pool of drugs, blood, and alcohol.
Yeah.
Had I become a rock star.
Yeah, you had to do something much more stable, like acting.
Yes, much.
Well, they're telling us in our ear that you have to leave because you have promotion, but you've already won a Grammy, you've won an Oscar. I mean, it's not like you haven't done a tremendous amount. And Sir Ben Kingsley, thank you. It's tremendous to have you here.
Great pleasure.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
One of the biggest stars in music today.
Kenny Chesney.
We love Kenny Chesney.
Oh, my goodness, what a crowd.
Sirius XM kicks off the Sounds of Summer program
with a private live concert for subscribers.
Join me and Sirius XM as we celebrate the release of my new album, Life on a Rock.
Hear Kenny Chesney in concert.
Tonight, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
Exclusively on the highway, Channel 59.
Or on the Sirius XM app.
Attention all U.S. drivers. Do you own a vehicle with less than 150,000 miles with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all? In order to aid the American people with saving thousands on future auto repair costs during these hard economic times, VSC America is now offering an affordable low-cost coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage. Those who qualify will have all future covered auto repair bills paid directly to the repair shop for them. You pick your plan, you pick your deductible, you even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included with all plans. All this at a fraction of what many dealerships are charging. So call now for your free 5-minute quote and see if you qualify. The number to call is 1-800-295-3595. 1-800-295-3595. Again, that's 1-800-295-3595.
This is the story of Barry and Larry. Both of them signed up for 2 distinct dating sites on Monday. Barry joined your typical dating site, complete with a lengthy profile that he finished 2 days later. While Larry signed up for whatsyourprice.com, created his brief profile, and shortly thereafter was being hit on by tons of beautiful women for dates.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's fast forward to Friday night and see what's happening with Barry. Looks like Barry has dinner plans for one, while Larry's on his first What's Your Price date. It's later. Let's check back with Barry. While Larry's evening, courtesy of whatsyourprice.com, is just getting started.
This is my place.
While Barry's evening has ended. Thanks to whatsyourprice.com, Larry is partaking in other activities. And now, when you purchase the First Date Guaranteed package, use code GRUB, and you'll be on your way to guaranteed more first dates and dinner. That's right. Whatsyourprice.com will pick up the meal. Certain restrictions apply. See whatsyourprice.com for complete details. Visit whatsyourprice.com today.
Okay, everyone, Mother's Day is right around the corner. Do you know what you're getting for your mom? If you're looking for the perfect idea, check out this amazing deal from Sherry's Berries. Right now, you can get their famous, freshly dipped gourmet berries starting at $19.99. I was so excited to see this deal because Sherry's Berries have become a huge tradition in my family on special occasions. I mean, we all love them. You have never seen dipped berries like these. They're giant and so fresh and juicy and chocolatey, and they're covered in delicious toppings like chocolate chips and chopped nuts. And right now, they're starting at $19.99. That's amazing. Plus, you can pick your delivery date, and the berries are guaranteed to arrive fresh, beautiful, and delicious. I know my mom is going to be super excited when she gets her Sherry's Berries, and I bet your mom will be excited too. Hurry, because Mother's Day is next Sunday, and this incredible deal ends this Friday. The only way to get this super sweet deal is to go to berries.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter special code LAUGH. That's berries.com, special code LAUGH.
We all have a few things we'd like to get to before it's time to settle down.
Mardi Gras! Skydiving!
Hike Yosemite. Do everything you want to do before everything you ought to do. And get to it all in the 31 miles per gallon highway rated CRV from Honda.
23 city, 31 highway MPG rating for two-wheel drive. Based on 2013 EPA mileage ratings. For comparison purposes only. Actual mileage will vary.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Highlighting all the great moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. It's the worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts, from that very show. Opie and Anthony. Still to come, Mike Tyson. Yes, this week Mike Tyson was on the show. So was Mark Maron. So was Anthony Bourdain. So was Stephen Lynch. As a matter of fact, why don't we play Anthony Bourdain? He has a new show. It's on CNN, and it's the only thing on that channel that anybody's watching. It's amazing how everything this guy touches turns to gold. Great stories. He's seen the world. He's talked to everybody there is to talk to. And now you can hear him talk to us on the Worst of the Week Countdown.
Number 5.
Show getting a lot of heat.
Doing really well and having fun. I mean, they've been so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, their standards and practices have come a long way. You know, I got to say prolapsed butthole on CNN.
Nice. And of course, the ATV footage was everywhere.
Yeah, that hurt.
What? Yeah, huh?
I had bad luck on ATVs. That's
That's like what, your second run-in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was watching, and I'm like, you're going really fast, first of all.
Right.
And going through water and everything, which to me seems, that's that unknown factor.
I'd been out in the sun for like 4 hours to get these shots, and I'm cooking. I mean, it's really hot. The sun's coming down. I'm dehydrated. I'm drinking beer.
Where was this?
This was in a remote area of Colombia along the Venezuelan border. And, I took a tight turn and went over, and I mean, I just sort of drove my skull right into the ground. I mean, my crew tells me I ran over my head. I wasn't awake for that. But I remember I just felt so stupid that I was like, I got to get up and appear like nothing happened, because I really don't want to hear the I told you so's.
Yeah. That's the first thing people normally do is like, all right, let me get up and make it seem like nothing happened.
Right.
I'll just, I'm fine. And then meanwhile, you're not fine.
I'm fine. Pardon me while I...
What was the injury? What was the injury? Was it a concussion?
I was out for a second, but,
Holy fuck.
Yeah, you got thrown. I hate that feeling. That just... Boom. It's that fast, violent, something's not right
not
thing.
Having control, right?
You haven't quite figured it out yet. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
I just went straight into there was like a pile driver, like straight, my head first straight into the ground. Like, if there were a comic book noise, it would have been something like a skronk.
Yeah.
Ozzy almost died doing that fucking
I know, right?
Osborne. ATVs are rough, man.
The first ATV accident I had, who gets to use that in a sense? So the first time I was on, I think, Jimmy Kimmel, and I showed that clip, and Ozzy was the other guest, and he's sitting next to me. And after the show, he followed me around backstage for like 45 minutes, like this doddering grandmother said, Anthony, don't do that again. Anthony, you could have died. And so Anthony, come here. And he grabbing my hand and running it along his collarbone so I could feel all the metal plates.
Feel his injury.
He's got plates?
Yeah, he was personally like horrified by this thing, and just he just took it upon himself to bring me back to the light.
You know what the thing about ATVs are too? You get on, you start riding, and at first you're kind of cautious, you're feeling it out, but in no time you really think you have it down.
Yeah,
like because you start going a little faster. You get your balls, and you're like, yeah, this is good. And meanwhile, you haven't been riding the thing more than 20 minutes. You've gone from very slow, just figuring it out, to now you're a pro, going off jumps, going through water, taking tight turns, sliding.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not good.
No.
This thing is overpowering you.
And then you got in the back of your head, you got to get some good footage for the TV show.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, there was that.
Were you driving worse than you should have because you knew the camera was rolling?
Probably a little
Compared
bit.
to what? I suck. I mean, I should be on one. Like, oh, man.
What other, any other catastrophes during the,
during that one, no. We have a Libya show coming up, which is the best thing I've ever done. I mean, it's awesome. And then I think since I saw you guys last, the Congo, which was the hardest show we've ever done.
Yeah, huh?
What made the Congo hard? There's probably an obvious answer
29
there,
different rebel groups.
Right.
And, just shit goes wrong at every turn. I mean, it's a country without really much infrastructure. In the worst case scenario, like if things go wrong, like you're robbed or extorted or something, or you get a flat tire and you find yourself in the middle of boobies.
Robbery and extortion's in the same category as a flat.
The worst case scenario is that the cops or the army come to help you out. Then,
oh, really?
Then it gets really bad.
Why is that bad?
They're pretty good at, rape and murder are pretty much, the specialty.
For the cops in the military?
It's bad. really bad.
So if they come to help you, you're saying
it's the worst thing that could possibly happen.
They're not going to help you.
They're professionals that will rob you. Look, a rebel dude wants to take your stuff. You can say, I guess you could say, fuck you, I'm not giving it to you, and you could run. Or you could, maybe punch somebody and make a break for it. I mean, not that would be a good idea. But when an official, the army they've stolen the diplomatic bag from like the ambassador. I think the French ambassadors. I forget which one, but they just don't have any problem at all of you've given me that. Okay.
And if you fight back, you're
now it's an official problem. You can put you in jail forever.
That's probably not a good jail either. I bet a jail in the Congo.
Oh my
I bet
God.
it's not. You can't really protest for better conditions.
It is natural resource wise. It's the wealthiest country in Africa. It's the size of all Western Europe. It's beautiful. It's a very, 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 very complicated situation, but it really was an adventure, and I got to say, a privilege.
But how do you stay safe?
It's dangerous.
There's no guarantees.
It's a place where the situation changes from minute to minute, where everything, you just got to be really careful. You don't carry arms. You drive around in vans with TV written on the side and a big sign with a AK, like a silhouette of an AK with a red circle and a line.
Right, that you don't have any weapons.
We do not have any weapons, so nothing to see here, folks. Nothing particularly good to steal. You don't travel with armed security. That just isn't gonna.
Why is that? Because
there's 29 different official rebel groups. Those are the ones with names, and then these guys called My, who are local defense forces. You just make yourself a big fat target if you're in any way armed. I mean, you have security people, you have local fixers who sort of, the idea is to argue your way out of a situation, finesse your way out of a situation. There's a lot of.
You did have a fixer, or you didn't?
Yeah, you have to have Congolese who are looking after you, who know, okay, this guy needs 10 minutes of FaceTime, a lot of handshakes, and maybe a fruit basket. This guy's a problem. Time to get in the van and get out of here.
Wow. Like, who was the problem? Would it be like a local chief? Or
local security, whoever the sinister local, head of the internal security ministry is. But
a lot of ministries. I don't like a place with ministries.
What's weird, though, is like even in the middle, we're up in what was essentially in the book, the Heart of Darkness, where Kurtz was, Kisangani. And we're about 100 clicks out of there, middle of the jungle, no power anywhere, nothing resembling running water, 5 bars on a cell phone. 3G, tweeting from the middle of the jungle.
Holy shit. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You would love our friend Jonathan, right?
Oh, yeah, my manager goes to play. He's never been in the Congo, but he goes to takes crazy trips. He's obsessed with travel, and he's got the same kind of view you do. Like, he just wants to see these places, and he doesn't go in armed. He doesn't, he took a tour of Africa recently, and, he said the driving was the worst part because you get motion sick because the roads are so fucking twisted and the infrastructure is just non-existent.
Yeah, you get tenderized kidneys.
He didn't go where Anthony went, though. He didn't go like that.
It was like an amazing experience.
And what did you end up filming in the Congo?
Oh, man, everything. I mean, Goma. We start out in Goma in eastern Kivu, which is a very contentious area, and then sort of centered on Conrad, Apocalypse Now, the Heart of Darkness, and the kind of took a look at the history of the Congo through the Congo River, and it's a lot of history to try and discuss in a visual way, because most people look at the Congo and they just throw their hands up in the air and they say, it's too much, I can't. How do you explain this in 3 minutes, much less 42 minutes? So we try to do that in a visual way. Is it scary when you said that you have a handler and like the guys are talking to the local guy and you don't know if they're being, because other times in the language barrier, you don't know if they're screaming at each other. Is that how these guys talk, or is there a problem? You get used to that really quick, but there is a lot of screaming and threats.
Jesus.
That's called negotiation.
Sounds crazy.
Sounds exhausting.
Arrest him,
right.
That sort of thing.
But your guy would say to you, like, all right, we can't fix this. It's time. How did you know that you weren't going to be stopped when the guy goes like, hey, this guy's a problem?
Look, there were a lot of moments where this situation is bad and these are our options. make a run for it, or land or river. But we had really, really great fixers who were just really good at going through the process, meaning there's a screaming, yelling, and threats process, then there's a talk them down process, then we'll have some warm beer and maybe some money will be exchanged.
We'll negotiate.
But what were they mad about?
You talked to the mayor first. You didn't come right to me first. The mayor got a fruit basket, and I'm putting him in jail. You should have come to me first.
Wow.
Putting you in jail?
Well,
the mayor?
The mayor.
It's like management
Generally,
here.
the mayor goes to me first, and then I cannot guarantee your safety, which is not a good thing to hear.
No.
Is that a threat almost?
Because it's not not guaranteeing your safety. We're going to make it very difficult.
Yeah, we're going to do it ourselves.
I cannot guarantee your safety is definitely not what you want to hear where we were.
So there's no right answer, obviously. You're always pissing off somebody.
Yeah. Look, you're in a situation where any state employee probably hasn't been paid anything in 6 months. There were guys showing up at the train station in Kisangani. I don't think it's been fully operational, if operational at all, since like early 60s, and only partially operational since the 70s.
Oh my God.
Their whole staff shows up, and I mean the whole train station's overrun. The tracks are overrun. Everything. They show up every day, and they do their job. They try to keep the trains repaired every day with no money. Guys who show up at this moldering library in the middle of the jungle, they show up hoping. They just show up to work. They put on their jacket, their tie, they go in, and
there's a library there.
And
we went to this Belgian research center in the middle of the jungle. It was pretty awesome.
Wow.
It was really, really wild.
What's the library like?
Huge, futurist, kind of, Futurama style library complex that thousands of people used to work at, out in the middle of the jungle, most of it overgrown completely. You see a lot of that. I mean, you see the hotel where Bogart and Bacall and Katharine Hepburn stayed during the African Queen. It used to be a really beautiful, industrialized wonderland for white people in the Congo. I mean, the Congolese weren't allowed to walk their own streets, but if you were a middle-class Belgian, you were living large in the Congo. You had railways and modern buildings and infrastructure, sports club, the pool, the health, the golf courses, all of that. And, when they split, the Belgians, they plugged the toilets with cement, scuttled everything in sight, and since they hadn't allowed anyone to, go beyond, I think, middle school, they left 8 qualified guys in the whole Congo to run a country.
What year did the Belgians leave?
Early 60s.
Why were they such pieces of shit about it?
They were not before the Belgians, the whole country was owned by King Leopold of Belgium. And he basically killed half the population, pushing them to collect rubber and ivory. And if you didn't bring in your quota for rubber by hand tapping it and extract, they'd cut your arms off. There are people who were paid by the arm. This was in the 20th century.
It's kind of like kicking over the sandcastle before you leave the beach.
Right.
Not uncommon. A lot of guys in Africa. It wasn't just the Belgians. Also, to be fair, the Congolese, as soon as they got independence, made this mistake of democratically electing basically a communist. Who we quickly had killed. Us and the British and the Belgians. And so we were not too eager to see them succeed, particularly given the large uranium deposits in the country, which we did not want to fall in the hands of the Russians. So, it did not make us unhappy at that particular period of time that the country was not working.
So without the colonialism there now and stuff, what is the issue now?
They're surrounded, they're bristling with diamonds, gems, natural resources that everybody wants. They've got neighbors like Rwanda with huge displaced armies who've been kicked out of Rwanda, now running around in the Congo, because the last president, any president actually, they can't rely on their own army. Anytime they have problems within the country, they make they basically rent out or sell off their national resources to neighboring countries who send in armies to ally with the current president. And then hang around and make sure that they get to keep stuff. So there are all of these surrogate armies controlled by the neighbors, as well as all these Looney Tune little breakaway groups who 1 minute, 10 minutes ago were working with the army and the national government, and are now allied against them.
Have you ever thought, like, what's the solution here? What would be the solution to get a viable world accepted country there?
It's so big. That's the problem. I mean, it's the size of all Western Europe. I mean, the capital, and most of it's jungle, so it's really, really hard. Look, they need a large functioning management class for sure. But we can hardly pull that off in this country.
You said something back there that everything's being overgrown.
Yeah,
that must have been really cool to see.
It's hauntingly beautiful,
right?
To see,
And the Bogart Hotel where they stayed, that's one of the places that's completely overgrown?
It's a squat now, but it was called the Pourquoi Pas Hotel. And
did you get to go
reading
inside
Hepburn's memoir as I'm, looking at it. And,
did you go inside of it?
Yeah.
And it's just being overgrown.
Well, I mean, there's squatters living in it.
Wow.
Yeah. Jeez.
And that library is not used for anything anymore, right? There
are a few, there's still a few Congolese students who were trying to make use of that research, and it's heartbreaking. People are trying, but it's really, really tough. That's a situation where you fight to live every day.
Yeah.
And,
has that given you how has it changed your perspective of the United States at all when you see stuff like that? And it's stuff that, only a small percentage of people in America would even see that. How has it changed your view of...
if I hear somebody whining about writer's block, I'm not too sympathetic.
Right.
When you see how hard people will work just to stay clean, how hard they'll work to maintain their pride, clean clothes, clean body. That's it's not what you expect.
Does it give you more patience here? Are you more patient with things, or
you got to? You're thinking that there. when the ferry goes out and it's another 7-hour wait to get across the river, and that's every day.
Right.
You think, I'm never going to yell at a traffic light again.
Yeah, the 1 minute that it's taking. God damn it, I missed the light.
Man. So we've been mixing it, look how easy I got it. We're bitching about, oh God, if I just one toilet, one good shower.
Right.
But that's for what, a week, 10 days? The next show I'll be in Spain, eating tapas and drinking red wine. So.
Have you taken a lot of shits outdoors?
Yeah, we're professionals, man. We
got it all figured out.
We're real good at all of these things you never thought you'd have to learn. We're getting real good at the al fresco dump. Yes.
Do you ever think I'm going to this place and I've overstepped this time? We made a mistake thinking we were going to be safe, and we are. I know you have a lot of scary moments, but has there been any times where you're like, I really fucked up this time?
Me, no. There were some days in Libya. There were some time because there was stuff going on around us. It wasn't like, oh my God, we're going to die, but this situation was getting worse every day, and there was a lot of discussion whether to stay or go. Like every day, there was an emergency meeting. Okay, this is the latest security briefing, and our security guys were not. When your security guys are saying, look, if we'd known before what we know now, we wouldn't have come. We wouldn't have advised you not to come. Man. And so every day it was sort of like the whole crew had a vote. Or are we bugging out for the airport, or are we going to try to hang on for another few days?
How would you vote?
I voted to stay. I felt pretty secure. I'm not a heroic guy by a long shot, but I didn't see any immediate. It looked okay to me. The people around us were cool. The Libyans were very cool with us. Because there was stuff happening outside of our view that was worrying.
We have the Vice guys in sometimes, and I love their documentaries. And Shane was saying that that's the worst place of all the places. The scariest was Juarez, Mexico.
Yeah.
Would you go there? Would you go to certain places in Mexico at this point, or do you think you might want to avoid that?
I don't know. It depends on what the situation is. I'm not looking to put. Unlike them, I'm not looking. put my head up into a firing line just for good TV.
Right.
I mean, I'm there for another reason, and I'm willing to accept a certain amount of risk if there's a really good story or something interesting there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not looking at, hey, look at me, I'm in Juarez.
Right.
Nah.
Nah.
I mean, I love Mexico, so I mean, I'd love if you tell me, if enough people tell me it'll be okay. We've been to a lot of places where they say you shouldn't go that turn out to be really cool.
When you're in these places, like, do you come back here and see news from the Congo and from Libya, and does it affect you more in that way? Do you have to carry this around with you now, going, not only feeling bad for your own country and what's happening here, but now you gotta have empathy for like half the fucking globe?
I don't know. It's weird. You steel your heart to a lot of things. I think when you
that's
see
what
a
I
lot
assume.
of sad shit regularly, you have to. I mean, I've seen this happen with NGOs and people who work in environments like that.
Right.
Just in order to get to work every day without having a breakdown, constantly weeping, you inure yourself to certain things. I get angry seeing really stupid coverage of places like Libya. No clue. There are actually idiots out there saying, we were better off with Gaddafi. Oh, really? Really? It is people say this with authority, having never been to Libya, never having met these kids, the majority of people who overthrew you. They get their news sources the most, cretinous, fringe, underinformed conspiracy theory website. And they're pretty, Gaddafi, and this is from both left and right, Gaddafi was better. No, he wasn't. And the majority of the people who threw him out were people that you would like hanging out with. They were cool. There were kids who were, playing like PlayStation, a week before they went to war. Went home, from Western universities to fight against the guy. I mean, they fought Soviet tanks with handmade weapons built out of like plastic and hair dryers and shit. So, I got a lot of when I see really stupid, uninformed news coverage, it makes me a little cranky.
And much like soldiers and police officers and whatnot, and you don't have to be specific, but was there some form of gallows humor a little between you guys to just see some horrible things and in order to even deal with it, have to make a little joking?
Reach this stupid zone where
I hear
point, you. It's like
to cope. Coping mechanism.
When you just start like getting giddily obsessed with getting anally raped. It's like everything.
Look who laughs first. Jimmy.
Yes. I've never actually laughed thinking of it. I always comment.
It is it's a constant remain, especially when you're sort of when you're really tired. You've been going. You're stressed. You're scared. You're reading news reports of just like unbelievably awful shit. Yes, you make stupid and wildly inappropriate humor.
Right.
No doubt about it.
More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown next.
The quest for the Triple Crown begins. The Kentucky Derby is on Sirius XM. Today, Dave Johnson kicks off wire-to-wire coverage with a special edition of Down the Stretch on Sirius 93 XM 209. Then at 5 p.m. Eastern, the Horse Racing Radio Network has the call of the fastest 2 minutes in sports. Live from Churchill Downs on Mad Dog Radio Channel 86.
Marizano onto the Derby, undefeated.
The Kentucky Derby, live on Sirius XM Radio and the Sirius XM app.
Eastside Dave McDonald smashes face first into the space between sport and pop culture.
And now Geno Smith, he's on the Jets. So that's it. Mark Sanchez is going to finally throw himself in front of a train.
It's live, uncensored sports talk like you've never heard it before.
We should all just go out and get like lots of hash tonight.
The Davey Max Sports Program XL. Today at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. Or listen when you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Have you ever wondered how you could make a difference in someone's life? What if you could help hundreds or even thousands of children? You might think it impossible, but it's within your reach. Right now, today, students in the U.S. rank 32nd in world math skills. It's time for our children to catch up. and you can help. Become an owner of one of the world's fastest growing franchises, Mathnasium. Mathnasium is the leading math-only learning center in the U.S. Its only purpose is to make our kids better at math. Imagine helping hundreds, even thousands of students in your community improve in school and raise their self-esteem, all while doing something you truly love. Call us at 800-400-6530 to learn more about Mathnasium's exciting franchise opportunities. That's 800-400-6530 to learn how you can make a difference. Doing something you truly love. That's 800-400-6530. 800-400-6530.
If you've ever considered owning your own business or just want to expand your business interests, now is the time, and the timing has never been better. This industry is exploding with dramatic growth for the next 25 to 30 years. Franchise experts consider this opportunity one of the best or the best franchise opportunity available in the past 35 years. The franchise is Golden Heart Senior Care, a non-medical in-home care franchise and the fastest growing in the industry. It's an extremely rewarding business with tremendous returns. It's easy to operate, no business experience required, and complete training is provided. Absentee ownership is also possible. Find out why franchise experts say it's the best franchise opportunity available in the past 35 years. Call Golden Heart Senior Care at 800-513-2303. That's 800-513-2303. 800-513-2303.
Mother's Day is next week, and ProFlowers is offering an amazing deal. 1 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. Go to ProFlowers.com, click on the radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code. Laugh. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Flower prices will skyrocket next week. Order now from ProFlowers to get huge savings. You pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. That's 1 dozen stunning assorted roses, absolutely bursting with color, sent fresh from the fields, and guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days for only $19.99. Plus a free glass vase with every order. Remember, flower prices can double, even triple next week, and this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit ProFlowers.com, click on the radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code, LAUGH.
When someone calls your business, what happens? If you had a phone number from Grasshopper, they'd hear your professional main greeting, and extensions would forward to your mobile phone, so you never miss a call. With Grasshopper, you can even have a multi-city presence. Get phone numbers in LA, New York, Miami, anywhere. Join over 100,000 businesses who've sounded more professional with Grasshopper. Find your perfect phone number at grasshopper.com. Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Sam Roberts, you know me from the Opie and Anthony show. We're highlighting all the great moments that happened this week on the show. Still to come, Mike Tyson and Mark Maron. Separately, but both were on the Opie and Anthony show. But I wanted to talk about a great friend of the show that finally made his return after about 3 years this week. And that's Mr. Stephen Lynch. Stephen Lynch, I mean, still to this day, songs that he originally performed on the show 10, 11, 12, 13 years ago are just as hilarious. He's been away from the business, it seems, for about 3 years. He finally came back. He's got a new album out, and he wanted to share it with all of you and his friends, the Opie and Anthony show. So here he is performing some brand new songs for the first time in years. Stephen Lynch on the Worst of the Week countdown.
4.
Let's play some songs, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's play a tune or two.
Nice.
Am I going back here for this? What do, Mars, how are we setting this up today? What do we got?
You got all the mics on that.
No, I know. Which ones are...
Mars.
You got 6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, 8 is what you're going to do.
I like how the mic stand hits the TV. Hits that. Steven's got to squeeze in between the...
Oh, my God. Look,
this place is
we can't even see him anymore. He's behind the TV.
Yeah.
He is.
It's the only spot available for him.
We set these guys up in the lobby. Maybe you guys should play by the elevators.
It's so embarrassing.
It really is.
We wanted to show Stephen Lynch, our old friend, that we're doing well.
Oh, well,
it's obvious we're not.
Failed miserably at that, didn't we?
We should have rented a bigger space today.
Yeah.
No, this is really our place now.
Yeah.
It's quaint.
Yeah, isn't it?
Great, quaint.
Ooh.
Unicorn, butterfly, angel wings, inner thigh, queer tattoo. That's a queer tattoo. Flaming skull, smoking pot. Bet you wish you never got that queer tattoo. It's a queer tattoo. You got a Tweety bird, got a school mascot, got a Hello Kitty, tell you what you got. Got a queer tattoo, such a queer tattoo. You think that symbol in Japanese means strength or honor? Nigga, please, it means queer tattoo. It's a queer tattoo. Charlie? Any lower back tattoo is queer. It might as well say insert cock here. Whore tattoo. That's a whore tattoo. And that teardrop under your eye that you got in prison 'cause you killed a guy. That's a cool tattoo. Sir, that's a cool tattoo. You got a comedy mask, got a tragedy mask, any fucking mask, then you must have asked for a queer tattoo. Give me your most queer tattoo. Your child's name with the words be strong would be beautiful, but they spelled strong wrong. Yeah, they spelled it strong. Your stupid kid will now be stoned. How the hell they get that wrong? Man, weren't you watching when they put that shit on? Say ba 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 ba. You love your laughing Jesus tat, but that's just Jesus laughing at your queer tattoos. Really queer tattoos. I guess you got that tribal band from a tribe indigenous to the land of queer tattoos. Really queer tattoos. You got barbed wire, got a poker ace, got that fucked up thing on Mike Tyson's face. Got a queer tattoo, a seriously queer tattoo. And by queer, I just mean bad. It wouldn't mean gay unless you had a pink triangle on a rainbow flag with a bear wearing leather and a red ball gag. Oh, that's a queer tattoo. A literally queer tattoo. Literally queer tattoo. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. One more time now. Ba 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 ba.
Jesus. That was really fucking good, man.
That sounds great.
That's great.
See, it sounds so much better.
Oh,
with her singing it
yeah,
with me,
that's
doesn't
really
it?
sweet.
Yeah, your voice
It has
is
that
amazing.
sweet thing that is so wrong with the lyrics. Yeah.
Do you guys write serious songs too, or do you only do comedy? Like because you make a living doing regular
I have
songs.
written a couple serious songs, but they will probably never see the light of day.
Why not?
I would imagine. I would have to, bare my soul. And
Songs
expose
about
my
loving
true
and
self to
losing.
people.
Yeah.
And who the hell wants to do that?
But that's still, I'm sure you could do it, and listening to you it would sound awesome.
Thanks. Well, if that comedy well does indeed run dry again, like if I go back to dip and there's just mud at the bottom.
Then you have to start.
You're going to see me, grow a big beard.
Put your
coffee shops.
Put your life out there, though. Oh God, that'd be terrible.
Do a Chris Gaines. What was that his name?
Oh right,
yeah.
No, Ed Gain.
Start making lampshades out of people's skins and singing in coffee houses on the weekend.
Well, that's a great song, man.
Yeah,
comedy well ran dry. Fuck you.
No, I think I'm back.
That's a great
song.
song.
I figured it out.
I know, but
I actually like the songs on this record, which is very unusual for me because I usually.
It's the CD is Lion by Stephen Lynch. Of course, that was Tattoo. Where do they get it? Your website? Where's the easiest place?
StephenLynch.com, iTunes, Amazon, wherever.
How long has it been out?
Came out in the end of November.
Oh, okay, so it's a few months.
Yeah. Yep.
You guys want to do another one?
Should we?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's do that one.
I don't know. You pick.
Steven, do you write all of it, or do you have help writing?
Let's do this one. Okay. No, it's just me sitting in my basement all by myself.
I'm getting a request. I'm getting a request for The Night I Laid You Down.
Oh, The Night I Laid You Down? All right, we can do that one.
That's what we're doing.
Oh, that's what we're doing.
Huh? Okay. Oh, look at that. Wow.
I thought we were doing that one.
Damn.
All right, so this is well, I'll just play it. You ready, Chuck? We were young, maybe 20. You wore a white dressing gown, drinking wine and dancing slowly on the night I laid you down. In the moonlight revealed your body as the radio played some old Phil Collins song, and we believed in something holy on the night I laid you down.
We had love in our eyes. We had passion in our souls. There was fire in our kisses, but it was not a Phil Collins song. It might have been like Mike and the Mechanics.
Don't know who that is.
Yes, you do. He was the other guy in Genesis.
I'm pretty sure that it was Phil Collins.
No, it wasn't. On the night I laid you down.
Anyway,
it
doesn't matter. We made love until the dawn. Two hearts beating was all we heard.
Oh boy, here we go.
Besides that old,
there was fucking no Phil Collins song.
Well, I'm positive it was Who's that song from the movie with the jam box?
Say anything.
That's the one.
Who the hell mixes up Peter Gabriel with Phil Collins?
Well, fuck you, I guess I'm no expert.
No, you're
in
not.
Fucking 90s music.
80s.
Whatever.
On the night I laid you down. On the night I laid you down.
Jesus.
That was very tender.
Yes, very tender.
That's great.
Nice.
Tender Phil Collins.
You guys have a very nice
to do a video
voices
and have him
together.
play the drums in the song.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody know Phil Collins?
I never heard of him.
He actually asked to do something for me, and I turned him down. Like, I don't care if you're drumming.
You think you could call in that favor?
In the middle of your sweet vocals, he could go.
Exactly.
Yeah, but all you got, if you just...
Right at the end.
Yeah.
Do you have a version where you don't say fuck? Because that could easily get regular radio play.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we could probably figure it out.
Take the fuck out.
But I'm saying, like, that's a really good song.
It really is. It sounds great.
Goddamn.
And
I don't know. What can you say on the radio anymore?
I know.
Who knows?
Right?
We met Phil Collins once. He was an asshole.
He was?
Yeah. He
And
might
I
have been
loved
having a bad day.
And I loved Genesis growing up. And I finally get to meet the guy, and he was so annoyed that we wanted a picture.
Maybe he was having a bad day.
He might have been going through fucking divorce with no prenup, number 7. Dummy. Well, he loves getting fucked in court.
Oh, Jesus.
That's his big turn on.
You might have just heard Peter Gabriel's new record.
Yeah.
That's why he was
Is
so
it good?
angry. No, I have no idea.
What a literal idiot I am. He's making a joke, and I stop all the fun. All kidding aside, how is it?
Is that on iTunes yet?
God, what an asshole. Sorry, Stephen. I should have interrupted the song. Are you guys really a couple? Boob.
You seem to have a good relationship. Why fight over one song?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't get what's wrong
Isn't
with
the
you
love
two?
making more important?
Counseling might help.
Why rehash it all again to music?
Yeah.
It seems like you've worked it out.
So what have you done in the past? You were singing and
Yeah, I put out 2 records, and I'm about to put out another one in
your
a
new
week.
record. May 7th.
Wow.
Next Tuesday.
Oh.
Are the records you put out in this kind of vibe of what you just sang?
No, they're
They're good music.
no.
Hey,
It's real music.
does Sirius play any of your stuff?
Yeah, I've been here before.
Whoa.
Yeah, I
we missed
see
that?
royalty statements that say Sirius on it. So
Wow. Royalty.
Really?
I do.
Those must say like
What?
0.0001 cent.
What was your biggest song?
It was a song called "Can't Behave."
Do we have that, E-Rock?
I'm looking.
It's about the teens in Detroit. See what I did there? I made it a racist joke.
It was a long time ago, though. It was in 2005.
I saw it as more of a teen joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
so did the mainstream
age
media.
humor. So what about, what's this new record? What's this?
It's more like a 70s inspired pop country album.
Oh, nice.
Like Linda Ronstadt, Dolly Parton.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, those are my heroes.
I just heard Jolene on my iPod the other day. I'm
Oh,
a big
so-
Dolly Parton fan.
So good.
I like 2 Dolly Parton songs. I shouldn't claim to be
Jolene's
obsessed.
great. That's a great song.
Yeah, she had a slower version and a faster version. Which do you prefer?
I like the studio version. I don't know which one you would say. Probably the faster one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I prefer the slower one. Well, kind of like the song. We have a little difference.
Well,
Yeah, there you go.
We should have her sing a song separately, too.
Oh, Jesus.
Why not?
Look at Steven. It's like, hey, it's my
No,
fucking
it's fine. Well, of course.
Oh, I saw Steven look at Opie like, fuck you, man.
This is my time. I'm only here once
excuse
every
me.
3 years. Just give me this.
Yeah, I want to
No,
talk.
I would love to have her play as well.
Enough with this every 3 years shit. Go
I
back
know.
and see
I told
us.
you I was off the grid.
All right.
I was off the grid. I wasn't much
Yeah,
of really
man,
anything.
We miss
shit.
You guys want to do one more? You can do an old one, a new one. You can do a fucking cover.
I don't do
give
old
a
ones
fuck.
anymore.
No? Once again, I fucking am literal Jim. What the fuck's wrong with me? I apologize. I'm so
Jimmy.
but I don't know. I'm just believing. What a gullible douche I turned into.
It's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do.
No, let's do the other one.
Which one?
This one.
Is it off the new record?
Oh, okay.
You think?
Yeah.
Is it off the new record?
Yes.
This one's a little faster because those are such ballady songs.
Okay, got it.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. All right. There's a song about we travel, as a community of vegans, and that's what this song's about.
Oh, right.
What the fuck is that? That's it! This showcase is over!
Yo, fuck this shit!
We're out of here!
You know, if you're not gonna fucking practice your shit,
you're out of the band!
Fucking only as strong as the weakest link, weak link.
The song.
Why do you think I'm talking? So you can tune. This isn't a real conversation.
You'll make us get another banjo player.
Vegan living, so healthy and clean, so much brown rice, so many mung beans, and no meat, not one bite of meat. Juicy meat, succulent meat. Instead I get gluten and seaweed stew, rice, milk, and lentils, and fucking tofu. I respect every creature from horsefly to cow, but I'd blow a goat for some bacon right now. Yeah, I'd blow a goat for some bacon right now. You eat your southern fried chicken and, well, I'll just have fruit. How's that T-bone? No, really it's cool. I'll just suck on this turnip root with a couple chickpeas. Kill me, please. I'm tired of hummus and bulgur wheat. Tofurkey, fuck yourself, I want some meat. I respect every creature, the birds and the bees, but I'd eat the shit out some Whopper with cheese. Believe me, I'd fuck up that Whopper with cheese. A handful of trail mix, what a treat. Well, how about some soy yogurt served in a bowl? I'd rather eat a hobo's asshole. Yeah, I'd rather eat a hobo's asshole.
That says it all. Fucking.
Are you guys really vegans? No.
Oh, now I'm doing it. No, Jimmy, we're not. That's part of the joke of the song.
The worst is yet to come. More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next. We're reorganizing things to make it easier for you to discover what you like to listen to. And so you can find brand new channels starting this Thursday. SiriusXM is bringing you a new and improved channel number lineup. The Opie and Anthony channel will be moving to XM 103 on Thursday, May 9th. The channel will remain on Sirius 206. And don't forget, tune to XM 103 starting Thursday, May 9th for the Opie and Anthony channel. To get a new customized channel guide, just go to SiriusXM.com today.
Dollar Shave Club. Your razors, it doesn't need a vibrating handle, back scratcher, 10 blades. Seriously, have you noticed the price you pay for new razors? And you're doing this every month for the rest of your life. This is your Dollar Shave Club moment, and it's time to join all the Opie and Anthony listeners. Ooh, look at that. Who've discovered DollarShaveClub.com. Listen, here's what all the buzz is about. It's like found money. All us guys want is a great shave, right? Without shelling out $20 a month after month. Dollar Shave Club is genius. You'd be crazy not to do this. You send them a couple of bucks a month, and they deliver amazing quality razors right to your door. You save a fortune. Plus, you always have fresh blades on hand. No more zombieing out your face with old razor blades because you can't afford. Or forget to buy new ones. Join the rest of the Opie and Anthony listeners and get a great shave and keep your cash at DollarShaveClub.com. That's DollarShaveClub.com.
Attention, men. The miracle blue pill that started it all for treating ED is now available in generic form without the high pharmacy prices. That's right. The one millions of men depend on is just a call away. Don't suffer with ED when you can have the same product with discreet packaging and convenient delivery right to your door from Broadway Services. And don't pay up to $15 per tablet when right now you can get our Go Blue Value Pack containing 60 tablets for the amazing low price of just over $2 per tablet. But wait, call now and we'll add an additional 8 tablets free. We'll even cover the cost of shipping. Get the clinically proven generic blue pill millions of guys rely on for maximum performance at a fraction of pharmacy prices. With our highly trained customer service support and a complete money-back guarantee, your satisfaction is guaranteed. To order, call 800-357-7412. That's 800-357-7412. 800-357-7412.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bad credit card debt happens to good people. Credit card companies lure you in with low introductory rates or low minimum payments, and before you know it, you owe thousands of dollars in credit card debt. It has happened to millions of good people just like you. But here's the good news. Thanks to a powerful program now approved, anyone with $2,000 or more in credit card debt can cut their credit card payments up to half and even reduce or eliminate interest charges altogether. That's right. Our nationwide nonprofit program is helping U.S. residents cut their credit card payments. Call 800-820-9180 now. The call and information are free. We've helped over 500,000 people with their credit card debt, and now we can help you. Call 800-820-9180 to see how this powerful nonprofit program can work for you. Bad credit card debt happens to good people. Get free of credit card debt today. Call 800-820-9180. That's 800-820-9180. Again, 800-820-9180.
Hey, Dad, listen to this. Now that we have the Hopper from Dish, we have commercial-free TV.
Commercial-free TV? How much extra do they charge for that?
Nothing. It's free with the Hopper.
Commercial-free TV? For free? Do we still get paid for doing these commercials?
Yep.
Hot dog!
Only the Hopper lets you watch commercial-free TV. Call Dish at 1-800-WATCH-TV today. AutoHop only available for playback of select HD primetime shows and must be enabled by customer. Monthly DVR and receiver fees and other restrictions apply. Call for details.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Heading towards the end. I hope you've been listening all the way with me, Sam Roberts, from the Opie and Anthony Show. It's the worst of the week countdown, highlighting all the great things that happened this week. Mike Tyson coming in, Mark Maron coming in. Those are both coming up. But first, before we get to any of that, you want to talk about great things. How about this? Opie and Anthony just lit into management. And I know they do this a lot. And I know that here on the countdown, we've highlighted it before. But this was one of the greatest of all time. Apparently this channel is changing. The Opie and Anthony channel that you know will no longer be on the channel that you're listening to. Unless you're listening on Sirius, in which case it's already getting too complicated. Opie and Anthony found out that the channel was being changed from a listener on Twitter. That's how this thing started. You won't like, well, you'll like where it goes. Management didn't take a listen.
This is going to cause some shit, but a listener told me what the company is doing with us. A listener.
Yeah.
A listener on Twitter. And I was like, ha, that's funny.
Yeah.
There's no way a listener would know before me or Ann or Jim Norton.
Right.
Do you know that our channel is changing? They're moving us?
I found out 10 minutes ago.
They're moving us.
I heard that, too, from a listener.
From a listener, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Because my point was this, okay, you know, having 2 kids and stuff, I'm not completely in touch as much as I used to be, so I'm like, all right, maybe they did tell me, and I was fucking dazed and confused. So I asked Aunt, and now I'm finding out from Jimmy. You had no idea either.
No, is it only here or is it in Canada?
I don't know.
Who the hell knows?
That's a good question. Both.
Both, okay.
See, all right. These guys talk to us every fucking day about nonsense.
Nothing.
But they don't give us the big fucking news.
Changing the channel number is a huge thing for a show. First of all, I absolutely believe listeners go away because they just don't know where it is. They tune in one day, we're not there, and assume we're just gone. Because not everybody is a hardcore fan that knows if we're here or not here or something. Right. So they just think we're fucking gone, and they don't fucking...
You absolutely lose the casual listener.
Right.
You know, we deal with the hardcores. Those are the fucking pain in the ass fucking people that listen to every single minute of every single fucking show, and then we'll bitch and complain.
Right.
That the last minute wasn't as good as the first minute.
Exactly.
But you came back strong on the 3rd minute, but the 4th minute was lacking something. Holy fuck, you're exhausting. But then there are other people that are kind of fans, but they'll never, like, call the show. They'll never tweet us. They'll never go to a live event, but they're also fans. Mm-hmm. And then there's usually a third category, and that's the category you're talking about, where it's casual listening. If they come upon us, they're like, yeah, this is pretty good. I'm going to listen to these guys. But they don't give a fuck. They don't even know who's talking half the time.
The channel number is set there in the morning.
Right.
Because they listen to the show. But if we're not there,
Right. And you're right. So when you change channels, or or in regular radio, when you went across the street, it was a nightmare to try to build an audience because their habits were set.
Yeah. A sitcom changes its day. You know, we're changing from Thursday to Tuesday nights, and you know, they got to promote the fuck out of it,
right?
Because people just go away.
But you assume if this show is so powerful and hot that just moving it doesn't fucking matter, but it does, like you're saying.
It does fucking matter.
Even in TV, they have to sell the shit out of it to make sure you know where. I don't know, fucking. See, I don't like sitcom TV anymore. So Big Bang Theory. Let's say if they moved that shit, it would be a big fucking deal and a lot of promotion.
And perhaps if they told us, we would have been able to, you know, impart it to the listeners over the course of time. Since they knew we were going to do this, that we would have said, like, hey, by the way, we're going to be on channel, blah, blah, blah.
Well, when you start promoting that...
Yes!
Of course.
When you, like, months ago go, warning, we can even be goofballs about it. Say, Opie and Anthony are moving. We don't know where yet, but stay tuned, and we'll let you know.
They never fucking told us that the channel was changing. I still don't know what fucking channel we're going to. I don't know why. What's the upside of changing, and why do we have to change channels?
I don't know.
No one talks to us about something this important and this big.
But they'll run into us after every show with nonsense.
Their stupid fucking minutia of the hashtag fucking thing. That's what we hear about. Their fuck cunt hashtag.
Yo, they're taking that very seriously.
How about the channel number? That's kind of important.
Well, I swear they didn't tell me. They didn't tell you, and Jimmy absolutely didn't know either. Okay,
no,
because I'm like, wow, man, I'm fucking out of it.
Isn't that great that listeners get to tell us that fucking
on Twitter?
On Twitter.
I laughed. I'm like, ha ha ha, and then another tweet came in with the actual promotional material showing where we're going to be.
Where are we going to be, by the way?
So everything's been printed out.
Why wouldn't they tell us that?
Why wouldn't they tell us?
I don't know, because we have shitty fucking people that oversee this channel.
I can't wait till after the show today when they come up with this great excuse and reason why they didn't tell us that will have no responsibility put on them whatsoever. It wasn't their fault or problem or error or anything that we weren't fucking told something as important as the channel number changing. Well, you know, we had told this and this was that and
we weren't sure and
it's beyond me how much of pieces of shit we are treated like. What? So where are we going?
Well,
and why and how and who and what?
I'm scared to tell you now.
Where are we going?
Because it's related to the wall.
What?
It's related to the wall.
Why? Because of they?
They have our new channel. Or our old channel, excuse me.
The fucking entertainment show?
Not only will they not knock this wall down and make our studio bigger, because they took on this Entertainment Weekly channel.
They took our channel?
Which is going to be a complete fucking bust, by the way, in the end. They would not remove the wall to give us a few extra feet. We wanted the whole space. And then when Scott Greenstein said, well, we could give you about 8 feet, at that point I'm like, great, we'll take anything at this point. And then they looked into it and we learned that the wall will cost $500,000 to take down. Which is a fucking solid, sweet fucking house for just about anyone listening.
I'm fuming. They want to get some of our casual listeners to instantly give them some audience that they just tuning in. That's absolutely what they're doing.
So, Entertainment Weekly, who has what we wanted, more space, will be on. Did it start today? I don't even know.
It does not start today.
When does it start? I don't even know.
I don't know what the official start date is.
Well, all the promotional material has been changed. It's out there. All the program guides have been changed.
Are they going to be on the same channel on both platforms?
Yeah.
What?
Meaning
they'll be on XM 105, Sirius 105.
Why couldn't we have been there then? This is a show. They've told us for years we couldn't be on the same channel number.
Because
for years they told us. And now there's a brand new thing, so it's not something that's been around for a while, that they are actually putting on the same channel on both
They'll say it has something to do with the older units and the pay system.
Oh, and the satellites and this and
that's what the answer is. It's, well,
see, but
you're a premium channel.
But they're just fucking, they're just making it harder and harder to keep an audience. I swear to you, I was telling Ant before the show, I finally have XM back in the house. Finally. Because I didn't want to deal with it anymore because we're lucky enough to have VIP accounts because we work here, but they shut off our VIP accounts because they don't know if we're working here anymore, I guess. So then
they can't find the channel.
What is it? I don't even know. Every 6 months, a year? I have no idea. All of a sudden, the unit stops working, and you got to go through this whole fucking thing to get it turned back on. So my thought was, fuck it. Even though I work here, fuck it. Fuck it. Because I'm from the school of thought, if it's not easy, I don't fucking want to deal with it. Period. That's how people, think in this world. If you don't make it really easy for me, then you don't want to deal, right? So anyway, long story short, though, after about 3 years, I finally got XM back in my house. I'm like, you know what? I work for the company. I might as well get XM in the house. But I have an XM in the house and a Sirius unit in the car, and it confuses the fuck out of me. Not just because of our channel. Oh, that's right. We're on 206. We're on 105 on XM. It's music channels and everything else also changes.
You fucking believe they're giving them 105 on both channels? I mean, of course I believe it. Of course.
So where are we going?
To 103.
103, and what's the other one we're on now?
Why couldn't they just give them 103 on both?
Right. Why? So we're 103 and what?
I don't know.
I think still 206.
But why, if they're making these changes, why can't they just do 103 for both of us, for us on both units?
We were told that you're still separate channels.
Why? We're supposedly a high-profile show for this place.
Holy mother!
But a brand new fucking channel starts up and they do it right. There'll be 105 on both.
This channel that you're listening to.
Yep.
Why are they doing this? And why weren't we in on the conversation?
Not even in on the conversation.
I found out through a listener.
We have our shit fuck meetings every once in a blue moon down the hall. Thank God it's only once in a blue moon. And the important things just fucking fly past us. I'm not meeting with anybody anymore. Why? It's useless. It's fucking useless. If they're not telling us shit like this in these meetings, then there's no need to go and fucking waste my fucking time sitting there listening to horse shit.
And I know the radio wizard gets really, really bummed that we beat the shit out of him. But then look what happens.
Take it to fucking upstairs. Kick it upstairs. I'm not listening to anyone. I'm not listening to Bladder. I'm not listening to the fucking radio wizard or the other guy. I'm not listening to anyone anymore. Anyone.
Is Bob involved at all?
Here's my official statement. Don't approach me with anything anymore. I'm coming in at 6. I'm leaving at 10. I'm doing the show. And don't approach me with meetings or fucking ideas or anything. I know what's best for me in doing this show from 6 to 10. I know how to fucking do a radio show.
Wait, us.
So
us.
I'm talking personally.
Us though.
Yeah, but no. I mean, if it's your,
I'm just fucking with you.
But like as far as me personally goes, that's what I do. Anything else, talk to other people about it, because that's apparently what you do with the important things. I don't want to hear from them at all.
I just huff and puff and sigh every day after I leave.
I'm done.
Because I'm like, what now? I know how many times I've said, what now?
Yeah.
And it's always some nonsense thing.
So they fucked us
103
on
the
this channel.
Spice channel. What's the Spice channel?
It's like porno radio. It's like Playboy radio, but dirtier.
So why won't they take their channel and give them 103 across both?
Yeah. Why?
Spice channel?
And of course, that bald dope down the hall won't even come on the air and discuss this.
That could be one of 10 people.
Off the air, we'll talk. No, we're not talking off air anymore.
I'm so done.
Explain to me why this went down without us knowing. What? You gotta make it hurt.
What's Sirius 103? What's Sirius 103? Because why couldn't they just give the entertainment thing 103, 103, and leave us where the fuck we were?
Radio sex.
Ooh, look out! You can't go on the internet and see fucking a horse fucking a woman in the asshole.
Wait.
Let's get the radio sex. Ooh,
we've been involved with
racy.
We've been involved with Sirius for 4 years. I never knew there was a channel called Radio Sex.
I didn't either.
What kind of losers are jacking to that?
No one.
What the fuck's on Radio Sex?
It took over when they lost the deal with Playboy
But
Radio
who
went away.
listens to that shit?
And by the way, they're allowed to do way more than we're allowed to do.
So they didn't change that person's channel, this station, and give them at Entertainment Weekly 103, 103. If they want the same
105,
numbers.
105.
Why wouldn't they give them 103, 103 and leave us the fuck alone?
I don't know.
And why weren't we even allowed to discuss this?
I don't know.
Do you want me to tell you what they're going to say?
What?
Sure.
They would tell you that they're moving the channels around so that down more towards the 100s where you are, 103 area, that's going to be more male skewed. And then as you go higher...
2 channels higher! It's 105!
They overthink the stupidest shit instead of just doing basic logical things. Like, before you start thinking of that shit, how about you get your shows on the same channel on both fucking companies? That would be my number one thing I would do for this company if I was the CEO.
But they don't. They have
especially the
through.
high-profile shows. Opie Anthony. I know there's a new guy upstairs. I haven't met him yet. I hear he's really nice because whatever. It's a long story. But my kid plays with a kid that's father works here. Whatever. I hear he's a nice guy. But his first thing he should be doing is getting us on the exact same channel on both fucking units.
Yes.
And other shows, not just our show. There's
And
probably
keeping
other
us
shows.
there, not moving us around like vagabonds.
Part of me thinks they're still embarrassed of the show, or they're slowly trying to push us out.
Yeah.
Because now it's coming in on the phones. I don't even get Channel 103.
Well, maybe they don't get it yet, but they will.
Why? What's on 103 right now?
Radio sex.
No, we're not 103 on Sirius. Or is that XM? See, I don't know!
Where are we?
I don't know! What is 103? Radio Sex is 103 on what?
Sirius? It says it's a premium program, though. Radio Sex.
So wait, a premium program, probably, here's what they'll say. Well, because it's a serious premium program, it's able to go across the same number channel on both platforms. But because you're an XM program, it's nothing to do with the satellites and the older units.
Why?
It's just utter shit.
Why
bullshit.
after
They're
all
lying.
these years are they keeping this so complicated?
They're lying
not just,
to us.
Not just for us, from a company standpoint. People don't want to think about shit. They don't want to have to think, where the fuck is my favorite fucking show? You got to make it as easy as possible for people.
How many times does Shade have to change their channel number?
Well, they've always been 45.
Oh, how about Howard's channel? How many times has that changed?
Zero.
Really?
Zero.
Really? Wow. What about Jay Thomas? What about what channels he's on? What channel's he on?
He's on Indie.
Yeah? How many times does that change?
Doesn't change often.
Wait, how many times have we changed? We've changed it.
Holy fuck!
This is our third.
Third change!
The third fucking challenge.
You pieces of cunt!
What?
And Radio Sex is 103 on both platforms.
What is going on?
103 on both platforms.
Are they still embarrassed of the show? We proved ourselves years ago.
It's a premium channel, but it's 103 on both platforms.
Well, they'll say
So
the
how
premium
is that
channel.
possible?
Here's what they'll say. It's a serious premium channel. Now, serious premium channels like Howard's can go across both platforms, but an XM-based premium channel cannot go across.
So put us on Sirius.
Well,
This is the same company. It's the same company.
Well,
so make us serious.
Well, and that was the point Louis made recently, and we've also made. Like, who gives a fuck about the premium channels at this point? Take the fucking hit, because from a company standpoint, you're confusing the fuck out of your customers.
Oh, my God.
So take the hit, as much money as it brings in, that extra, what, $2 or whatever the fuck you have to do to get us on Sirius. Just get rid of all that shit and make it as easy as possible.
Oh, my God.
Make up the money some other way.
If it's the same company, and because we're on XM, we can't go on another channel because the premiums from XM don't translate to Sirius, then magically make us a Sirius show and have us premium there. And
You're allowed to do that now that the merger happened years ago. Years ago.
Company. So just, it's semantics at this point.
How about
make us Sirius?
How about giving us 103 on both platforms then?
Right.
I would take the move.
At least that's something, right?
If they gave us 103 on both platforms,
right,
I would take that move.
What's 103 on Sirius?
Sex. That's the radio sex.
I thought that was XM.
That's both.
It's across both platforms.
But they can't do that for us.
No, because we're XM.
You own the company. You could figure that out.
Of course they could.
It's not like you have to call the guys from Sirius and go, hey, we want to make a little side deal with it. No, you own XM and Sirius, so you could do whatever. You could work this out.
Then again, if they were going to do that for us, I'm naive. If they were going to give us 103 on both, they would just have given us 105 on both. So they're not going to do that.
No, of course they're not going to do that. We're 206 for whatever reason.
We're the show that you could just change the channels around on. Look at this. We need to get the Entertainment Weekly on the same channel on both. What are we going with? 105? Oh, who's there? Opie and Anthony. Oh, yeah, fuck them. Let's just change their channel again.
Why do they treat a brand new show that hasn't even proven themselves? They haven't even broadcasted yet. Way better than us.
We thought you knew this was happening.
No idea.
Of course you thought we knew. Why would you assume that management wouldn't have told us that our channel is changing?
It's not your responsibility.
Of course it's not.
It's not Travis's. It's not E-Rock's. It's not Sam's. Sal's just whatever.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's his responsibility.
I don't ever expect Sal to tell me something that I don't know already.
He's not allowed to.
There's something that we tell him he doesn't know yet.
Yeah.
Get it, Sal? I'm sorry.
But why? I mean, Entertainment Weekly, they figured it out for them. They got them on both fucking channels.
They're not premium.
Enough with this premium shit. Show me the numbers. How much money you're bringing in because we're a premium channel on Sirius.
God, did they just kick us and fucking treat us like shit?
Yep. But again, because there's no agent involved either. That's looking out for shit. He's fucking... I like the guy a lot. I love him. But he's an absentee guy. He's in L.A. and he's worried about...
absentee landlord!
He is. He is.
Oh, my God. Now, I don't even want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear the lies that will come out of their fucking mouths trying to explain this shit.
Is it lies
be
or incompetence?
Blatant lying will come out of their mouths as to why they're doing this, and they'll have some convoluted, vague explanation as to why this had to be done like try to word it in a way that makes it seem like, oh, you poor little retards can't understand. But believe me, this is how it had to be. I don't want to hear it.
XM's so lost in that merger.
Oh my God.
Did we lose in that merger.
If I see the retarded Lex Luthor walk down that fucking hall, I swear to God, I'm not saying a fucking word to him.
How about the Montreal trip? How's that coming for the festival?
That's going well, right?
There's some meetings. We should know something. Maybe Friday, maybe Monday.
What's today? We started May. Okay,
Today's
so
May
2 months beforehand. That's enough time to prepare. Fair enough.
And the bus tour, I'm sure you guys are having discussions about that, right?
Enough. Let's just stop
late
already.
Fall.
Let's stop already.
Late fall? It's on the calendar for late fall?
End of September.
Nice. 6 months after it was supposed to happen.
And Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, right, sure. And the Tooth Fairy, and the bus trip. Sure.
And then, I mean, if you really want to get into this, there's people calling, bitching like crazy. This guy, James in Texas, when I bought my radio, I had to put a new radio in and new electronics to get you guys.
Oh, great. They got to they got to jury rig it.
Why do some of these units don't have certain channels? I don't get it.
My dad pays for, Sirius XM in his car.
Right.
And he was adding online. Mm-hmm. And you would think that would just be like 2 clicks, right?
Oh, it should be the
like on a
easiest
website.
thing.
Now I have online, $3, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He said it was the phone calls that he had to make
just to get an
online account.
The customer service is an abomination.
Well,
it's an abomination.
It was employee service.
It was voted one of the worst customer services in the country, right?
Yeah.
Made a big fucking article recently that we talked about.
But at least it's good news for EW.
Yeah, good for them. I'm glad I got screamed at last week for my rant. Screamed at. And because people took it personally when they shouldn't have, because it wasn't directed at them individually.
Yeah, but they don't even understand that in the end it just makes good radio.
Yeah, people liked it.
That people are losing their shit over something.
Do tell.
Just yelled at because it was...
The hashtag. Because you know how Jimmy went off on the hashtag and it made for really good radio.
Yeah.
He got yelled at.
And it wasn't
because they took it personally.
Wait, by them?
Yes.
It wasn't,
you entertained. You didn't just laugh and walk away.
It wasn't even. It wasn't even the hashtag. It was the idea that what bothered me wasn't the hashtag. It was the fact. It was a whole Cheadle thing that he was in the mind of Disney. The Opie and Anthony show and Rotten Tomatoes Radio are on par. Because we took Ben Kingsley, so he couldn't get Don Cheadle. Disney was giving us one of two, because they're splitting them up across the platform. So I said, the rage of that whole thing came with if people on the outside see this show on par with Rotten Tomatoes Radio, that is the fault of the company. We can't change that on the air because we don't get casual listeners anymore. Like, I used to get accidental people falling on you.
Sure.
And we don't get that. We are, I hate to say preaching to the converted, but that's what we're doing. We're talking to listeners who are already here. Mm-hmm. So the only way to change that perception is in the company's hands to change it. They refuse to do it. They never will do it. So the fact that happened, the fact that Disney said to Roland and to this show, you can't get Cheadle because you have Ben Kingsley already booked. And we're only giving you one of the two because they're promoting the same movie. The fact that we're looked at as the same as Rotten Tomatoes Radio is all you need to know about the way this company promotes the show. And it's never going to change. So that was my whole point. But they got mad at me. Bladder got mad at me. And it's like, I like him personally. He knows that. It's like he just took it like I was fucking shitting on him. But it's like I really wasn't.
Who cares?
But I'm just saying, that was,
Oh, I know, but who cares?
That's where it all, But
hashtags.
But look at this.
The hashtag's working out well, man. I'm going through my Twitter right now.
Yeah.
That hashtag is. Oh, that's right. No one's using it.
And it's not even something we didn't ask for the hashtag, right?
Well, it's also
but
we don't need it.
But it tells you a lot about what goes on around here. A hashtag for the show, and you put it on the pad data. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
But it's called just a throwaway.
Right.
But to them, they had meetings and
my God, yeah.
They had like stuff printed out for me to look at. Like, well, what do you think? It's going to look like this, but we can make it look like this. But we're not even sure we want to say Opie and Anthony. We're thinking maybe O&A, or maybe Opie with that ampersand or whatever the fuck you call it, and Anthony. They had all different versions, and I'm like, who cares? In the end, it doesn't matter. It's just a throwaway. But I did say it has to be Opie and Anthony because a bunch of these idiots thought O&A was good enough, and I said no. O&A is what the hardcores know us as. But if you're trying to brand it and get more people to fucking actually listen to the show, you have to go with the full names, which is Opie and Anthony. Hey, that's what I said to him. Well, that's good because they were arguing about the fact. About a dumb hashtag.
I'm stunned here at this point.
And in the end, it's nice and it helps us a little bit, but it really is one of those throwaway things. I mean, real issues is getting us a bigger fucking studio, getting us on the same channel on both Sirius and XM. Those are real issues that you could probably, help us out with, which would really, really help in the end.
It's never going to happen, and I think we have to accept that as a show. For real, like, I'm not being radio. It's never going to happen. They're never going to do it. Proof is this. It just looked like they give Entertainment Weekly the priority over this show.
Right,
they're giving them what we want across both
Seems
boards.
like it, but they'll say no because they're not a premium channel for Sirius, so that's why it was easy to just do that for them.
Yeah.
But you own both companies, so if it's easy to just put us on the exact same channel in both fucking units.
Yep.
Yeah.
You own the company. You don't have to fucking answer to anybody. You're the guy.
Yep.
Unfucking believable.
You're the guy.
Unfucking believable.
Because there was a time, I think, through the merger that they couldn't really fuck with too much of the programming at first. It was some weird fucking, thing that was part of the merger at first, I think. But not anymore. They own both fucking companies.
It's years later.
Yeah.
This is a just fucking treat us like shit fucking moment right here.
It's
with
not
this channel thing. Treat us like shit.
It's that we got the wrong guys overseeing the channel to begin with.
Absolutely.
And we have an agent that's been asleep at the wheel for a long fucking time. And,
I don't even want to fucking see them. I don't even want to see them anymore. It's useless.
I really don't understand it. I mean, at times they show that we're like a very important show for the company, and then they don't even do the basic shit right.
They just fucking...
They have zero interest in furthering the show. That's all it is.
Change the fucking channel number? Imagine your fucking sitcom on a network and fucking all of a sudden you come in and like you don't even know that they were changing your day to fucking Thursday to Tuesday or something. Like you'd be like, what? It shows a complete lack of any respect for anybody in this room.
I don't even think it's a respect thing. I think you got guys that are so inexperienced they don't even understand what this means in the end.
The basics of management,
yes.
That's a basic.
Yes.
Hey, you tell the guys what's going on.
I swear to you, I think it's more to do with inexperience.
Oh. Well, then don't come and fucking rag on us like you do have experience and knowledge about anything. The second I get a fucking sideways look from one of those cocksuckers, I've had it. That's it. I don't even want to talk to them. I'm done. And if they get mad at me for not going to meetings, then take it upstairs. Take it to a higher source, and I'll explain to them why I'm not going to a meeting. I'm sure they'd love to hear why I'm not going in the same room and hanging out in a little chat with you guys. If you want to fuck yourself like that, then let me talk to someone upstairs. Because that would be, it wouldn't bode well for you. It wouldn't look good for your side as to why I don't want to meet with you. Because they'd go, what? Really? That's what they're doing? Yeah. Hey, can you believe it?
Yeah, they have every right to move us to, where are we going?
103 and 206.
103 and 206.
I know it's the whole double it. What channel are you on? 103. Where are you on Sirius? Double it. That'll be the whole thing. Just double it.
God.
That's a great line, but I swear to you, that's probably their logic.
Right.
In the end, that just might be their logic. Well, 103. Oh, times 2, that's 206. Okay.
Times great. You got to do math to listen.
That's what I like, when you need mathematics involved and you're fucking listening to a show.
A lot of people saying they don't get 103.
Yet
Are they going to get 103?
I'm sure they will.
But I don't know because no one has talked to us about this.
Here's what's going to happen. They're going to launch with their big morning show over there at Entertainment Weekly. And there's going to be people that just have us on, like they do every morning. And then there'll be a morning show, and they'll just be listening like, what's this? What's that? And they won't change this. It's not that important to them.
Nope.
So they get a built-in initial audience. They don't have to start from zero.
No.
They get that built-in initial Opie and Anthony fucking audience.
Right.
And we get sex radio.
They'll get a lot of our people just sampling the new show.
Right.
The casual listeners especially that don't care enough to go, whoa, wait, they're gone. I
bet that was calculated. If you think this is just for the air, I don't want to talk to them. Don't fucking bother coming down the hall at the end of this program to have a little meeting. I've had it with talking to them. You want me to talk to somebody? I'll fucking talk to Scott or anyone above Scott. I'm done dealing with the minion, with the incompetent minion that supposedly runs this fucking channel. Had it.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie Anthony channel.
Jimmy Buffett's been performing live for more than 40 years, and the party has never been bigger. Today, you can party along from the comfort of wherever you are as SiriusXM brings you Jimmy Buffett from Frisco, Texas, as part of SiriusXM Sounds of Summer. Tonight, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Exclusively on Radio Margaritaville. SiriusXM 24. Or on the SiriusXM app.
You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show. Now, hear them do their own thing. Every weekend, we turn the channel over to friends of the show with featured episodes of their podcast and broadcast.
Hey, it's Jay Moore. You can listen to More Stories podcast this weekend.
If you need to evacuate, I'm going to lay down under this glass table, and I would like you to drop a wet hornet's nest on my chest.
Friends of the show, starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific. Here on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Men's Health magazine recently tested products that provide relief for sweaty balls. The top product and the runaway winner, according to Men's Health, was Fresh Balls. Fresh Balls was the only product that received 4 out of 4 stars and did not get one negative comment. Men's Health said the others were clumpy, the others were messy, and just didn't measure up to the #1 recommended solution for sweaty balls, Fresh Balls. That's pretty impressive. Find out what people are talking about by going to freshballs.com. Freshballs has gotten thousands of positive comments on Facebook and Twitter because it works at keeping your balls dry and your pants clean. Go to freshballs.com, order today, and get the solution to sweaty balls. Freshballs.com also features the latest Fresh Balls t-shirts and gift packs. Your balls are important. Keep them happy, fresh, and dry with Fresh Balls. Visit freshballs.com or your neighborhood London Drugs in the deodorant aisle.
Go to freshballs.com right now. Enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls. Keep your balls fresh with Fresh Balls.
Got a favorite photo you want to show off in your home or office? Now you can turn it into canvas wall art at canvasworld.com. Canvasworld.com will print your digital photographs on a handcrafted custom canvas any size you like. They combine the latest technology and environmentally friendly inks to produce canvas prints that are higher quality than ever available before. Brilliant in color and guaranteed for life. And they do it all at a fraction of the price you'll pay on other sites. CanvasWorld.com makes it easy. Just upload your photo, choose size, and you're done. They'll even digitally retouch your photo absolutely free. Place your order at CanvasWorld.com today and save 35% plus get free shipping when you enter promo code RADIO at checkout. Get big museum quality canvas prints plus big savings. Save 35% and get free shipping when you enter promo code RADIO at checkout. Order your canvas today at CanvasWorld.com. That's CanvasWorld.com.
Is the bad credit score keeping you from getting the things you want? If you've been denied credit, paying high interest rates, or just concerned about your credit report, then call the experts at CreditRepair.com. At creditrepair.com, our name says it all because it's all we do. With over 15 years of success helping people find solutions to their credit score problems, we know our strategic 3-step credit repair process can help you. Call today for your free credit consultation and learn how to turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the door to the things you want, from a car to a house, even a new job. It only takes a few minutes, but what a difference it could make. When you call, you'll also get a free credit report and credit score. Join the thousands of men and women who trust creditrepair.com as their credit repair partner and call 800-216-1707 for your free consultation. That's 800-216-1707. 800-216-1707.
I want my company's network to be safer and more reliable.
Do you want to deal with multiple vendors?
No.
Are per user fees and added feature costs okay?
No.
How about solutions that are hard to install and use?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
Barracuda Networks offers the largest family of powerful, affordable security, networking, and storage solutions designed to protect business users, apps, and data, all from a single source that's easy to do business with. Protect your business. Visit barracuda.com/products to try any free for 30 days.
The worst of the week. Countdown continues.
You've heard the rest. Now hear the best. Haha, bet you've never heard that before. It's the worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony Show, and after Opie and Anthony Live. Keep in mind, Mike Tyson was on the show. That's still to come. First, Mark Maron. He made his return to the Opie and Anthony Show. He's good for, I don't know, he's probably on once a year or so, but we used to have him on before any of this podcast stuff started. And he was talking about his divorce and how nothing was going right for him. He starts doing this podcast and boom, he's gold, Jerry, gold. All of a sudden, he's got the world at his fingertips, okay? He's got a hugely successful podcast, WTF. He's got a TV show on IFC. He's got a new book that just came out. And he gets to sit down and be a guest on the Opie and Anthony Show. Is anything going wrong? If it is, I'm sure he'll tell us. It's Mark Maron on the Worst of the Week Countdown.
Number two.
I want to say good morning to Mark Maron.
Hello, fellas. Who's in the middle of a very interesting story.
I know.
Which I would love to hear.
One of the podcasts we put up yesterday was live from Vancouver, and the way it was recorded by some idiot up there, I don't know, there was a problem with it. Like, it only came out, like it won't work in mono, it only comes out, whatever. We fixed it, I think. But the Vancouver show's got about, Margaret show did about 10, 15-minute one-woman show on my dick to my face.
Really?
We fucked once.
Oh, you did?
Once.
Once?
It was like right before I started seeing Jessica, the girl I'm with now. But, she came over, we did the podcast, we were like, there's been sort of an elephant in the room for 25 years.
Really?
Yeah. Should we do this? She's like, yeah, maybe we should. So it was that kind of thing, and it was good. It was like, all right, we got closure.
Was it awkward going into it? Like, because you were friends first, was it awkward starting with the kissing, or did it just kind of?
I don't know. Is it ever? I mean, I think it was. It was a couple of sex acts getting some resolution is what it was. You know how that goes, right? It's like let's do it. And it went pretty well. It was a little odd. When you realize you know somebody 25 years, you're like, hey, we're just a couple of middle-aged people trying to get something back here. And
wait, was there ever an attraction that was just building up over the years?
What happened was once years ago when we were up in San Francisco, they did those Comics Come Home specials.
Sure, yeah.
Dennis Lee hosted the Cam Neely things. Or he produced them or whatever. And there was one year where I was literally just following her around. I think I might have still been drinking, and I was just like, I'm gonna fuck her. This is gonna happen. When you got it in your head, it's not in their head at all. Right, but you're gonna follow them around
until they see it your way.
Right. So I was just all night, just like, hey, what's up? What are we doing? What are we? To the point where I think I followed her to her hotel room. Like, I'm gonna walk you back to your room. We're all in the same hotel. Yeah. And she opens the door, and I walk in with her,
And she goes, she just looks at me and she just kisses me on the mouth, like, big old, like tongues and everything. And she goes, "Is that what you needed? Are we done?"
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, I guess so. And that was it.
That was it.
So, like, this is a long time coming, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's about, but anyway, so we do the show in Vancouver. I don't think she's going to bring that shit up. And I'm like, "What do you want to talk about?" She's like, "I got this going on." And she's like, "Maybe we shouldn't talk about it." And I'm like, "Yeah, probably not. I mean, I got a girlfriend now and everything."
No.
And we get out on stage, and right out of the gate, it's 10 minutes. It wasn't a bad 10 minutes. She was saying I had a big dick. All right.
That's not bad.
Right. So what am I going to do? Please, could you not?
Hey, knock it off.
Stop talking about my big dick. Right.
Yeah.
I would assume Mark's packing because he has big dick guy confidence.
Really?
Really?
I think I got a fat one. I think it's got some girth to it. It's not long. I don't have any problems with that.
Well, who would she been fucking beforehand? That's really key. Like if she just came out of a fucking long-term relationship
woman.
with an
I have no idea. I have no idea. It was embarrassing though, because I don't really I don't talk about that shit.
Right, yeah.
So there I am in a live situation. There's nothing you can do, and she's like, "Oh my," for 10 minutes.
And that's the last segment you want an audio problem with.
Yeah, right.
When the girls talk about how big your dick is.
Right. So the thing goes out yesterday about I don't know, not a lot of people. There's some problem with and they're writing me saying there's a problem. Like, "Oh, my dick fucked up the internet."
I can't wait to listen.
I fixed it.
Good,
It was embarrassing, but again, you're not going to stop. So please don't.
Right. Right.
I only met Margaret once. We don't know
Is
each
she
other
sexy?
at all. When I met her, she was really sexy. She was warming up the Louis Anderson show or something. This is like late 90s. And she had really bigger tits than I thought. She was sexy, man, yeah. And that was the only time I ever interacted with her. But I was like, yeah, I definitely see why guys would like her.
She's definitely sexy. And, and she's, she's out there, too. She's
right. Well,
she's a little out there. Because she's one of those people. She's married, and I don't know. I think how it shifted. They had one of those relationships for a while, and then they don't. I don't know how the fuck people do that.
No, I can't imagine.
You understand how people do that?
Open relationships.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Yeah.
When do you come home and go, how was everything today? Well, I fucked that lady at work.
Right.
Oh, good for you. How was that? Tell me about it. You get a picture with your phone? I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, there's a lot of people into that too, man. They're totally cool with it.
Yeah, have you seen swingers? Not an attractive bunch by and large.
I don't know. I don't know how you live your life that way, but
it just seems to like then why be in the relationship at all?
I just don't know what the relationship is built on.
Right. It's not built on complete jealousy and shallow sexual attraction.
Yeah, if you can't honestly go, who are you fucking?
Right.
And with that amount of anger,
I do like the fact that they feel there has to be certain rules set up.
Right.
So it's like, you're not allowed to fuck anyone between 6 and 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Like that, because they need some type of rules.
No coming in people.
Right. Yeah.
no kissing.
That's
You've heard that over the years.
Yeah. And only I jerk you off with the left hand. Don't let any other girl jerk you off with the left hand. That's our special thing.
Those are our boundaries. That's ridiculous.
It is. It's stupid.
I didn't know you had a book until I literally walked in. It was sitting on the desk. It's called Attempting Normal.
It's funny because when I wrote this book, I thought about you, Jim, because Jim would I'd see him at the cellar. He'd just be typing away. He's like, I'm working on my book, but there's a chapter there. Like I thought about you and about being a comic and about what you write about, and it's not a through line. They're essays, but they're the full picture. And I literally have 2 experiences with prostitutes in my life. That's it, 2. And I'm like, Jim would do this, and anybody like you would do a whole book on it. Like I've got 2, and I'm like, I got to include those.
Sure,
that's what people want from us.
Right.
And they're the saddest fucking hooker story. The saddest.
Why without giving?
No, I'm
gonna sell a lot of books for you. You got to tell me why they're sad.
It's like the reason I put them in is like it was. I'm not a hooker guy. Never was. But there are these 2 fucking like one time I'm in Boston. I'm living in Boston. I'm actually living with a woman. Right? She's at the town. We live down by Symphony Hall, which is a shithole. There's the dirty, horrible hookers there. And you'd see him every day. And that's the weird thing. It's like you walk by him every day. I'd get up to park my car, to move my car at 7 in the morning, and one of them would grab my dick and say, "You want a date?" I'm like, "Well, breakfast would be nice." You know, what are you going to do? So one night, you know, I'm coked up. I'm going home. It's like 2:33 in the morning, and you know, I see one of these hookers, and she first a guy approaches me, go, "You want coke?" And I'm like, "No, I got coke. I'm good." And he was clearly her pimp, you know, because they kind of trail around. And then the hooker comes up, "You want a date?" And I'm like, "All right, yeah. How much is that?" She goes, $30. I'm like, "That's great."
30.
Yeah,
wow.
Good one, right? Old school.
Wow.
Street hooker, right?
Damn.
And I'm like, great. She goes, "Where are we going?" I'm like, "Well, I live here." "Great, I'll take you into my house where I live with my girlfriend." Fucking horrendous. And we walk up like 5 flights of stairs. By the second flight, she's wheezing. How far up is it? You know? And we get up there. This is literally the first time I've ever been with a prostitute. So we get up to where the apartment's 5 floors up. She's wheezing, you know, and we get in there, and it's the futon on the floor. And I'm like, "So what are we doing?" She goes, "Well, you know, give me the money." So I give her the money. And I go, "You want me to pull my pants down?" Yeah. And so I lay on the bed, I pull my pants down, and she starts blowing me. And you know, it's not good. It's not great. You know? It's just sad. I can't transcend the sadness of the situation. And then you know, she goes, "You want to play with my tits?" I'm like, "All right." She goes, $10 more.
Oh, jeez.
So I have to pay her like with my dick. So I give her the $10, and she takes her tits out, and she puts my hands on them, and I'm holding them. She goes, "Do you feel a lump in that one?"
Oh no way!
I swear to God. And I did, and I'm like, "Yeah, I think you might want to get that check." Like somehow
Holy shit!
But somehow or another, you know, I was able to focus and finish.
Wow!
Yeah, that was the big payoff. Yeah. But like in the middle of this, the saddest fucking thing was the phone. The phone rings and the machine picks up, and it's my girl who I live with. "Hi, I just wanted to make sure you're okay."
You've got a lot of distractions there.
Just a shame vortex.
Yeah.
And then I finished this horrible thing, you know, and and she's like, "Yeah, I don't usually do this." Of course, you know. "Yeah, I work with computers." "All right. You know, you might want to go to a doctor."
Yeah.
You know, I'm not get a second opinion on a thing in your boob because I'm no professional.
Wow.
And then she like takes, you know, all the condoms off of my dresser, says, "Can I have these?" "Yeah, please. You better do." And then I just went in and took a Silkwood shower. You know? Horrible.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I guess, you know, this story, who cares? It was the same situation. I was driving home in Boston. I was late at night. I'd been out with some of the guys. I was coked up. It must have been, who knows? I don't know fucking what year that was. 88. Who knows?
Cocaine's an awful drug, but it starts a lot of great stories.
Yeah. Because, you know, like, first of all, your dick doesn't work really. It takes a lot of effort on coke to get your dick to work. And many times in my life on coke, I have masturbated for hours just to try to come down. Sure. You know, it's horrendous. But, it's been a long time. So I'm coked up, and I'm driving in downtown Boston, the zone.
Combat zone.
Yeah. And it's one of those, again, I'm driving, I wasn't living with anybody then, but I'm driving, it's like 2:33 and it's late, and I'm driving, I'm like, I got coke brain, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna do a hooker. And I think this it was after this, so this is the second time. I don't remember the order, but I see one, same type of thing on the street. There's no one out at that hour down there. Huh. And I pull up, and I swear to God, she said this. I pull up, and I go, "Hey," and she goes, "Do you want a date?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She gets into my car, and she goes, "I don't usually do this. I'm just in town for my father's funeral." I swear to God, I'm just in town for my father's funeral. Why would I make that up?
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry. So then I go, "Where we go?" And she goes, "Just pull over up here." And I'm like, "All right, fine." So I pull over, and she goes, "You know, pull your pants down." So I pull my pants down, I pull my underwear down. She puts the rubber on my sad, limp coke dick. Just tries to wedge it on there. And she starts blowing me. I can't do anything. I can't get it up. I'm in the middle of the street. I got a rubber arm. I'm on coke. And within seconds, I'm surrounded by police cars.
Oh, shit.
It was like, yeah, lights, cops, action. And I'm like, holy fuck, what do I do? She goes, I think you should pull your pants up. And like, I just pull my pants up. She goes, I'll take care of this. She gets out of the car and starts some drama with the cops. She saved me. My boyfriend was going to beat me up. And I'm like, thank God. Turns into an opera.
Wow, what a trooper.
Yeah,
good egg.
And then the cop comes up to my car. And this is at a time where they would list you in the paper.
Right.
Like
we were,
We used to read those.
We used to.
On the air?
Yeah, we were assholes.
But then, so
I think I regret that one.
Right, so there was something.
Dicks.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, the cop goes, and he just looks at me, and he shines his light, and he goes, where do you live? I go, Somerville. He goes, why don't you go there? And I'm like, I will go there.
But I'm trying to get a blowjob, officer.
Right.
You know.
You understand?
Yeah. Fuck, I paid for this.
So I drive off, like, just, sweating and freaked out. And I realized that, I hadn't pulled my pants. I had pulled my pants up, but they weren't buttoned. I hadn't pulled my underwear up. So I looked down, and just my sad little dick with the rubber hanging off is like sticking out. Like, almost like, why do you do this stuff? Look, let's not do this anymore.
Shit.
So those were the two.
That's bad luck, man. Second time. Second time. That's telling you something.
No, I'm done.
Fuck.
But in the car on the street seems like it would be a little fucking.
That's how it always was.
It was another $30. It was a $30 situation.
Wouldn't that be extremely nerve-wracking?
Yeah, but that's before the internet. You didn't bring these girls home from the street. You couldn't go on Craigslist.
Man,
it's dirty business, and it felt dirty. Even that none of them. Well, the first one went all the way. It was it was not for me.
A lump in the tit and fucking and my father's funeral and the police.
Yeah,
those are two fucking great ones.
Yeah.
And they're in the book. They're in the book. The Mark Maron.
Yeah. Had to put those. That's a tribute to you. I don't know that I would have put them in if I'm like, well, Jim would put this in.
If I didn't put them in, I would have fucking released the leaflets. I had nothing else to talk about. A fucking flyer.
I swear, I just got the book too, and I just opened it up, and I opened it up to the chapter, and I swear I didn't set this up. I almost died.
Oh, yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
Oh, there were a few times you almost died.
Well, yeah, I should qualify that. In my mind, I almost died. Okay. So these are not menacing.
I almost died, number one, Cleveland.
Yes, that's the airplane one. Yeah. That's when I'm pretty sure I almost died on an airplane. Then there was another chapter in there where I'm pretty sure I almost died from the spicy chicken in Nashville. I almost died from mouth cancer that I thought I had. So they're not menacing stories. These are not stories.
Sure.
Are you normally a hypochondriac?
No, I don't.
No.
Well, who is it?
Well, I used to be bad because I can't believe I've never told you that story. Have I never told you the story about how I cured the hypochondria?
No, I'm not sure.
My dad, was a doctor. So, as a kid whose dad's a doctor, there's part of your brain where, in order to get his attention, I think I was sort of like, I'm sick.
Oh, there you go.
Right, because he's busy. But if you're sick, he's like, well, let me have a look at you. I was a sophomore in college, and I just decided that I had, what was it originally? MS. I was pretty sure I had MS, right? So I start calling my father, like, Dad, I got MS. He's like, well, you don't have MS. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I got MS. He goes, what are your symptoms? I don't know. Hands are tingling. I don't fucking know. He's like, you don't have fucking MS. I'm like, all right, I think I do, but all right, goodbye. I love you.
I do. All right,
so
goodbye. I love you.
So I do that for about a week, and he doesn't bite. And then, I start with, I'm pretty sure I got prostate cancer. He's like, why would you? Well, I don't know. My hands are tingling, something.
Hands are tingling again.
He says, I don't think you have prostate cancer. So I pester him for like a week, and then I go home for Christmas break after pestering him like almost every night with the prostate cancer thing. And I get to the airport in Albuquerque where I grew up. It's like 7 at night. He goes, I go, where are we going? He goes, we're not going home. He goes, no, I'm taking you over to Bob's house. And he's gonna examine you. This is his friend who's a urologist, because he's a doctor. They all know each other. So Bob, the urologist, is gonna examine me. We're driving from the airport. My father drives to this guy's house.
Jesus.
Right? Knocks on the guy's door, and the guy's getting up from dinner. I see he's wiping his face. His family is at the table. And my father's like, hey, Bob, my kid thinks he has prostate cancer. Can you take a look at him? What are they going to do?
Yeah.
And he goes, all right, come on in. So now, Bob walks me and my father back to Bob's bedroom, And I'm like, what's going to happen here? And thank God Bob, got hold of himself. And, I'm standing there with these two men. And he's like, maybe he should come into the office. I'm like, yeah, maybe I should go into the office. So he doesn't, finger bang me in his bedroom inappropriately. So the next day or the day after, I go to Bob's office, and the prostate thing, it's a gnarly examination, especially when they want to really check it, because they got to put their finger in your ass, press on it, and then you got to milk some liquid out of the tip of your dick and put it on a slide so they can look at it.
Jesus.
Yeah, there you go. Good morning.
Oof.
So it turns out I got some sort of prostatitis, which is stress-related, genetic, whatever the fuck it is. It's a thing. So I got something, which as a hypochondriac, you're like, huh?
I told you.
Yes.
Right.
So he gives me antibiotics for this thing, and I take them for like a week or 10 days, and then I still feel it, right? So I go back to Bob. He does it again. And he does the whole thing, and he says, "It's gone. You don't have anything." I'm like, all right. I thought I felt something. Okay. So I go back home, and then like before I go back to school, I see something on my dick. So I'm pretty sure it's herpes, right? So, but it turned. I think it was just I jerked off too hard because I wasn't even fucking really then. So I see something. So I go to Bob. I call Bob's office. He goes, "You know what? Meet me at the hospital." So this is so I meet him at the hospital. He takes me into a room. He takes my dick out. He swabs this jerk off sore, and he tests. He says, you don't have herpes. And like 3 days before I go back to school, I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that it's herpes or something. And I go back. This is the fourth time. The fourth time in 3 weeks.
4 times.
Right. So I go back to Bob Rosen, and I walk in, and I'm standing there. I got my pants down. He's sitting in a chair. I'm standing up. He's holding my dick, and he looks at it and he goes, "There's nothing wrong with you. Do you like coming here?" That was the end of it.
That was Between holding your dick and shoving his finger in your ass, and milking your prostate. It's like
maybe I do like coming here.
That would be something that the guy would think. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy.
That's funny.
That was the end of the hypochondriacal episodes.
Yeah.
The worst of the week countdown.
You made it to number 1 on the Worst of the Week countdown. We've been highlighting all the greatest moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony show. And if you just started listening, then the "you made it" doesn't apply to you. So what I want you to do is sit by your radio and wait for the replay of this show to start. And then you can be on board with the rest of us. We're at number 1. My name's Sam Roberts. You can get me on Twitter at NotSam. I just posted a video of my cat falling off a printer. How is that not tantalizing? Mike Tyson, the baddest man on the planet, made his return to the Opie and Anthony show this week. Not only that, he said he loves the show. How lucky am I to work for a show that Mike Tyson loves? I feel pretty right now. I hope you do too. Listen to Mike Tyson. Sit down and talk to his friends, Opie Anthony and Jim Norton. Here, number 1 on the Worst of the Week countdown.
Number 1.
Mike Tyson.
Iron Mike.
What's up, Mike?
There he is. Take a seat.
What's happening in the news today?
There's all kinds of shit going on, right?
Oh, God, I'm going for it today.
Yeah.
What happens today? Pagan love God.
Yeah, this guy is I guess he was a politician or something. And he's shacking up with his 23-year-old interns.
Yeah, there's one.
Nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah, that's the one that I think he was having sex with, and then that's the one that they say he might be having sex with now.
Yo, listen, this is good stuff, man. I don't know why it's bad. And I know your guys say Mike Tyson shouldn't be the one commenting on these stuff, but, he should tell his wife, I don't want to be married to you no more. And I want to be married to my young intern who's old enough to be my, a youngest daughter, but still I love her.
Yes, exactly. If that was an older broad with a younger guy, they'd be like, oh, she's into the, with the boy toys and everything. And that would be, acceptable.
Well,
but now that guy's a pig.
We should arrest him.
Right.
We should arrest him because he doesn't like being with his wife that has menopause anymore.
Right.
We should arrest him.
He wants that nice, supple ass.
Yes,
that
something
doesn't look
small
like,
and tiny and petite and nothing that goes all around like a big blubber whale. where like you ever see the balloon, the big bubbles, the boom, like the bubbles going to boom, it shake. That's a big whale.
The big soap bubble, and it's going in every direction. You don't know where it's going to end up.
Don't you hate those big, just sloppy, like, white, big dough asses? You put it on you, and go, it goes over your legs, come down, drop. What the hell? You gotta go like that.
It looks like she's been sitting naked in a gravel driveway when she stands gravel off. But
just bad stuff.
It's terrible.
Man, bad stuff.
Exactly.
I never was into big fat people. Like I've done my share of really awful ones too.
Oh no, my criteria is just breathing. You know, I'm complaining now, but I've been talking about the issue. You know, I'm not complaining about me being with her, but I've been talking about the issue here.
Well, you have to know what you're talking about. So when you talk about a big fat ass, you know because you've been there at some point.
Big fat, miserable ass that you can't form into anything, just drop.
Right.
And she didn't have pants to be at their knees.
I kept with Tyson did some pigging.
Yeah, you gotta do some pigging stuff. God. In order to know the real God, you have to do some pigging.
There you go.
I guess so. To appreciate, as they say, to appreciate the rainbow, you have to experience the rain.
Oh, no doubt about that. And I've known what it's like to be with devil worshippers, so I understand. It's all about orgies and blood, and you know, it's good stuff if you're in that spiritual direction, of course.
Of course.
Isn't it funny how mad people get at this? Like, instead of acknowledging that every man would want to do this, we kind of allow these politicians to be thrown, even if he's a good politician.
No, because when you're a politician, see, that's why Obama just hit the nail home once, because he said, I've used cocaine. See, all those other guys never had the balls. I've used cocaine. It's cool. I used cocaine, and now look what I've accomplished. No, not everybody. I'm the exception. I'm not the rule. I'm the exception. I could use cocaine during the college years, the best years of my functioning brain, and still succeed.
Yeah.
So Ann agrees with that. Ann's a big Obama guy.
Yeah, but that's straight. What we did, you can't bring up nothing from the past. That's like me, no past stuff.
Right.
This is it.
Right.
It's where I ended up, you know.
That's right.
Everything else is just the road to get you where you are right now.
No doubt about it.
You're going to have some bumps in that road.
I think that was one of the biggest things that ever happened.
A lot of bumps.
You know, it came out and it's flat, and we're on. This is what it is. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
All right? And still we're going to make this the best country in the history of this millennium.
Mikey, I got to say, I went and saw the show last night.
Well, thank you.
Holy fuck. I loved it. I was bummed it ended. And I hate sitting through anything.
Why? You have to have patience. I love this show.
Have.
This is my favorite show.
I do. It was an hour and 40 minutes of you talking.
Bob Backlund. Backlund. He beat the Iron Sheik.
Yes.
He beat Hulk Hogan too.
But now I humble him. I put in camel clutch and fuck his ass.
Yeah, I used the
now.
Iron. No, I saw the Iron Sheik not long ago.
Yeah,
he's used to do our show.
He's batshit crazy now.
He pissed his pants on our show one time. He was sitting back there, and I was taking a shot. He was drinking beer, and you could see the spot in his pants getting bigger and bigger. He literally had to go. His pants on the air.
He just had to go. He was drinking a little beer.
It's the worst / greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Was him pissing his pants on our show.
But he will badmouth everybody, and it's hilarious. Hulk Hogan, he's a faggot. I will fuck him in ass. You just cracking up like this guy's out of his fucking mind. I love it.
He's out of his mind, but it's good.
Dude,
stuff.
It's
very good stuff.
It's hilarious.
Good stuff.
But they're saying he's mellowed now, that he's not like into that anymore. He's kind of calmed down. He's not doing. He's just calmer now.
Twitter's hilarious.
I think do that to you because I was with Howard Stern, and Howard Stern. He could be crazy, irritant sometimes. But, he's very nice and polite. Over the years, before I did the show, I said, "Well, I could do the show now because Howard's not the old Howard.
He's very polite now. Well,
he cares about children. He has,
the wife, the dogs, everything. He's very mellowed out now.
He's not as radical. He cut the fro a little bit. Things are going good for him in life. He's docile now.
Yeah,
awesome.
That'll do it.
So it's probably a better time to do it than 10 or 12 years ago.
Exactly. Then we're talking disgusting things.
Yeah. So, Mike, tell me who you're banging.
my wife.
Would you ever notice, too, when you were doing interviews, how guys would talk to you in a way, because there's this whole thing of boxer and interviewer, where they never would have spoken to you that way if you had met them in real life, like taking liberties that they never should have taken.
Well, that's just part of the business. I might take liberties too.
Yeah, true.
I was always amazed at people who would do that. Like, the only thing separating you from a fucking beating is the two microphones.
Well,
right.
You're hostile, young man.
Oh, no,
last night, even I could see during the pictures and he's down there, I can see we're taking pictures, everything's great, but he still has to don't fuck with me look on his face. I'm like, cooling, I'll put my head on his head, listen up, let's ride, baby. But he's right there, he's that way always in these events, come take pictures, got to still don't fuck with me.
You know why? He's so obsessive about
He's gotta get his picture.
He's like focused on just getting pictures.
Well, you know what it is? It was Mike and LaMotta, and I'm like, what?
That was serious too. Yes, he's 91. I'm talking to him. He's coherent. He's sharp.
That's amazing, right? Good for him.
And he was right. He fought everybody. The motto, Cuz used to tell me this story. Jacob LaMotta, because, back in the 50s, they had the mob and they set your fight up. And if it's the big, tough, the monstrous black guy, you want to fight him? No, I don't want to fight him. You want to fight him? And then you go to Jacob LaMotta and say, hey, Jake, who you want to fight? And Jake goes like this. This is so classic that people don't know about it. Jake goes like this. I want to fight anybody they don't want to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that. I want to fight whoever they don't want to fight.
What a hard-headed motherfucker, man.
Hard.
Yeah.
I was watching footage of him last night after the show. I went home and was watching Sugar Ray Robinson and LaMotta fight.
What a fight.
They just, the amount of punches.
6 fights. That's 6 fights.
Amazing,
that's 6
right?
Fights. That's the last fight you saw. That's 6 of them. 6.
That's unbelievable.
That's crazy. 3 weeks apart at one point.
Holy shit. Come on.
3 weeks apart.
Listen, that's how they were used. Fighters were used like animals back then.
That's crazy.
And every fight was a war. Every fight they had to go to the hospital, but it's 3 weeks later.
Jesus. Oh my God.
Yeah,
You're still feeling that last fight 3 weeks later, right?
This is what I know about fighters. At least this is what I know about myself. I read books about fighters, and a lot of them are so scared inside, but they're afraid to tell people they're afraid. That's how they handle their fear. They're afraid. They never tell anybody they're afraid. They're cowards. And, and they still become great fighters. And it's not like now we can go to a psychiatrist where I feel like this. I feel like a coward. I feel like this guy's going to kill me. I just don't feel safe. But you can't do that now. You got to use the medicine. It's going to be all right. But now you just got to deal with, this guy's going to kill me.
Back then you had to just figure out what the hell
you
would do with yourself.
Back then when all those great entertainers were crazy actors, those guys had mental illness. Right. They did not diagnose those guys back then.
Yeah.
Were you ever afraid someone was going to see it in your eyes when you were doing the stare down? Like, I'm scared, and this guy is going to know by looking at me that I'm feeling fear right now.
No, because the only thing different about me and the other fighters I fought is that I understood my feelings. I understand when I felt fear. I understand that didn't mean that I was going to be a loser. That meant that I was preparing me to be better, to excel, to, my highest potential.
You were able to turn it into some potential. What told you have to go?
They just want to get rid of me. No, I'm not they do. They know I love this show.
Yeah.
We ain't even talking crazy yet.
I know.
I always look at the newspaper too to see this crazy thing. I'm gonna do a spoof. The world according to Tyson. All my spoofs will be from the newspaper. Listen, this is what I found out. Remember at the thing at the was it Empire State Building? Everybody got shot. I found out it was the cops that shot everybody.
Yeah.
I think God thinking these crazy guys did it. The cops that shot everybody. We got to get a spoof on that. And the cops go, yes, ma'am, down, bow. What the fuck?
That'd be the show. Tyson does the news.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
it'd be great.
What happened? Mystery probe after she falls.
Look, it's him now. It's him now.
That's a juror. That's a woman juror who fell for the guy who was convicted of murder.
Yeah. Amazing.
Well, that happens every day. Because, you go to the prison. This guy killed everybody's mother in prison. Next thing you know, he falls in love with the prison guard. And she marries him. Gives him a baby. He done killed everybody and everything. And everybody's family member. But I just guess we don't know. People on people, life on life terms. We don't know why people do what they do.
Mike, your people are going to get very pissed. They're freaking out.
Never, of course. These people they don't get high. I'm the one that get pissed off to the highest of festivity.
Good seeing you, Mike.
Highest festivity.
Look good.
All right, Mike. Thanks for stopping to say hi.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Take it easy. Bye.
Mike Tyson, everyone.
Yes.
Holy fuck.
He's a fucking
I love him.
The guy's great.
And
He's the
in,
greatest.
and he's in better shape. Again,
He is,
every
yeah.
time he comes in
Fucking-
here, he's even in better
The
shape.
guy's jacked.
Is it creepy that he noticed I'm just lurking?
Yes. He fucking remembered your creepiness with your pictures.
That's the best we got from last week. I mean, that's the best we have from the past week. The Opie Anthony Worst of the Week countdown is available whenever you want it. SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details. This is the Opie Anthony channel on SiriusXM. Unmasked. Extended, in-depth conversation with the greatest minds in comedy. Unmasked with Ron Bennington.
This is Ron Bennington, and my next guest on Unmasked is Alan Alda.
Philosophy is science without the research. It's like, what do you suppose perception is?
Unmasked with Ron Bennington. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM.
Do you suffer from loud or disruptive snoring? Or are you always tired during the day, causing you to doze off or fall asleep? You may be at risk for sleep apnea, and this important announcement could change life for you and your family members forever. Millions of people who suffer from sleep apnea stop breathing during sleep, causing the brain and body to not get enough oxygen to function normally. Now, for only $195, you can test for sleep apnea in the comfort of your home, as well as get treatment to help you sleep better and live better. You can't afford to not know the truth about your sleep health. What you don't know could put your life in danger. So call Eye on My Sleep today to test for sleep apnea in the comfort of your home. It's convenient, it's FDA approved, and it's endorsed by the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. Call 1-800-875-8911.
I called Eye on My Sleep and received a sleep test kit at my door the next day. I wore it overnight and got the results in 24 hours. And best of all, the price was 44% below the nearest competitor. And they were able to treat my sleep apnea too.
Call today to test for sleep apnea in the comfort of your home. Call 800-875-8911. That's 800-875-8911.
Okay, everyone, Mother's Day is right around the corner. Do you know what you're getting for your mom? If you're looking for the perfect idea, check out this amazing deal from Sherry's Berries. Right now, you can get their famous, freshly dipped gourmet berries starting at $19.99. I was so excited to see this deal because Sherry's Berries have become a huge tradition in my family on special occasions. I mean, we all love them. You have never seen dipped berries like these. They're giant and so fresh and juicy and chocolatey, and they're covered in delicious toppings like chocolate chips and shot nuts. And right now, they're starting at $19.99. That's amazing. Plus, you can pick your delivery date, and the berries are guaranteed to arrive fresh, beautiful, and delicious. I know my mom is going to be super excited when she gets her Sherry's Berries, and I bet your mom will be excited too. Hurry, because Mother's Day is next Sunday, and this incredible deal ends this Friday. The only way to get this super sweet deal is to go to berries.com, click the microphone in the upper right corner, and enter special code LAUGH. That's berries.com, special code LAUGH.
Do you owe the IRS or state more than $15,000? Are you a business owner with back taxes, sales, income, or payroll taxes? For 38 years, we've helped thousands of clients with a 99% success rate. We're 1040 Tax Partners. If the IRS is knocking on your door, they're not going away. You need to take action now. 1040 Tax Partners can help. Imagine that huge, dark cloud over your head turning into a little raindrop. We help business owners with payroll tax, sales tax, and revenue officers. We help individuals with wage garnishments, bank levies, and stop collections. You can get a fresh start. Call 1040 Tax Partners today at 866-900-6060. Call now and put an end to your tax problem. That's 866-900-6060. 866-900-6060. Don't let this nightmare consume you another day. Call 866-900-6060. That's 866-900-6060.
Right now, at Wyndham Hotels and Resorts all around the world, pillows are being fluffed, room service delivered, meetings are being arranged, and drinks served at the bar. And it's all being done to ensure you have a great experience. We're anticipating your arrival. We're anticipating your needs. We're anticipating you. Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Wyndham Grand Collection, and Wyndham Garden. There's a Wyndham waiting. Book now at Wyndham.com and save up to 25% when you book 7 days in advance. See website for full terms and conditions. Most hotels are independently owned and operated.
This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Jay Moore's More Stories.
Very excited that Jerry O'Connell, star of Camp Wilder, Crossing Jordan, Sliders. Say hi, Jerry.
Hey.
How are you? I'm sorry. I thought I was waiting for a camera or something.
No, this is audio only. We're going to do camera at the end.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know how this world works.
What are the odds Jerry O'Connell would lead the podcast off by saying sorry? I'm going to say 1-1. I say that's a pick'em in Vegas. All right. So what credit are you most recognized for when people see you out in the street? Is it Crossing Jordan?
No, it really depends. I can tell by, I don't like to generalize and stereotype, but I can, I can pick what they're going to.
When a black guy comes up to you, you're like, "Oh, here comes Kangaroo Jack."
Well, I don't see race, I was
what
talking
about,
more ages.
What about NASCAR?
NASCAR, they might see me as someone who played Frank Cushman and Jerry Maguire, the guy from Texas.
Got Cush Lash.
Right. How exciting was that when we were in that, Jay?
Bro, I was so sad.
Because we knew each other before Jerry Maguire.
I was going to talk about Camp Wilder a lot, and it didn't even dawn on me till you just said that we were in Jerry Maguire together.
That's right.
I read for your part first. Did you know that?
I read for your part first. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So you read to be Bob Sugar.
I read to be Bob Sugar. I had some ad-lib set up based on my agent at the time. I mean, I'll tell you the whole story, Jay. I went and met with Cameron Crowe, our director. I met with a lot of other people. And
James Brooks, Richard Sakai.
Right. I met with all the bosses, and I met it came down to one of the final auditions, and I was asked my height, and I was asked to stand up straight and show a profile, and
this is to be Bob Sugar.
This is to be Bob Sugar, the agent. I had read for that, and they had actually flown me out to Los Angeles. I was still in New York. Living with my parents, as you remember, and my grandfather and our dog. Yeah.
What's the dog's name?
His name was Blackie.
He's
in doggy heaven, Jay. But I was asked. So I read for your role. I was asked to stand up and give my height. I was asked to leave, and I was walking out waiting for my rental car. At the valet, and I was depressed. I was like, I can't believe I came this far. This is going to be my big break. And then an assistant came out and got me and said, would you be willing to read these sides for the quarterback, Frank Cushman? And I just knew, it wasn't said, it was unspoken, but I just knew that my height, I am 6'2", and in Hollywood, that's like being 6'7". I mean, it just is.
And what's Tom? 5'8", 5'9"?
I don't know any.
I would
numbers.
guess 5'8".
I don't know any number. I
don't see race. I don't see numbers.
I don't know any. I don't know. I'm sure there's a website.
You should just run for president.
I'm sure you could find it on the internet. There's no reason why I should guess.
I'm going to guess, having worked with him and having a spine, that he's. I'm going to guess Tom Cruise was 5'8". I think that's fair to say. Pacino probably 5'7".
I mean, these are all.
Who's taller, Tom Cruise or Jill Hennessy?
Jill Hennessy, for those who don't know, was the star of a show that I did called Crossing Jordan for many years, and I don't know. It also depends on what they're wearing. A lot of time, heels are involved.
Who drinks more? Jill Hennessy on a weekend or Tom Cruise in his entire life?
I don't know. I just can't answer these questions.
All right. So you auditioned for Sugar, and you go in for Kush. And then how long did they give you to prepare for Kush?
I had a few people who came in for meetings. So I had, as you know, as auditions go, maybe a half hour.
That's not a lot of time. For the rest of your life to be in a movie that big?
Well, I mean, you try not to think of it in those terms. You try to think of it as just like a small goal. You don't try to think, you take it as, you work at sports broadcasting. You're supposed to take things one game at a time.
One game at a time, man. I auditioned for your part first, Kush. And
did you put on a southern accent?
I did, but I clobbered it. It was awful. And my grandmother is from Odessa, Texas. Then I said, I was doing a lot of gigs in Boston, hanging out with Anthony Clark, who's from Richmond, Virginia. So I'm like, I'll just do an Anthony Clark impression. I'll just get it all. But it just came out like Hasidic. I don't know what happened. It wasn't Southern at all. And it was bad. Like, I was embarrassed. And then I left, and the same thing. They asked me to come back to read for The Babysitter.
Right.
And then I had like 2 callbacks for that. And Cameron said, look, when I went to the studio with the babysitter role, Cameron came out to me and said, this speech about John Coltrane and Miles Davis playing together, because you think in the movie he's going to hand Tom Cruise a condom. He goes, you're going to need this. I want you to use this if you guys are going to go in there and get busy. And instead he hands him a cassette. Remember those? He hands him a cassette, and it's live Miles Davis, John Coltrane. I had that CD, so I knew all the guys, and it was very easy for me to remember, and it was very easy for me to be passionate about it. I'm like Cannonball Adderley on sax and John Coltrane, 2 masters of their craft. I still remember a little bit of the sides. And Cameron said, this is the easiest part of the movie for me to cut. When you say it, I don't want to cut it. I can't. So just do it the way you've been doing it, which is the worst thing you can tell an actor. Keep doing it exactly the way you're doing it. And then we get in our heads and we screw it up. And then on site, it was Jim Brooks said, what about sugar? And just the hair on my neck stood up because I knew how big a thing that was. But then I didn't want to have what happened to you happen to me, a half hour, because Sugar's, I said, could I come back tomorrow to prepare? It needs to be played completely. And they said, well, tomorrow's Friday. Why don't you just come back next week, Monday? And I go, how about Tuesday? And they go, sure. Like, they had it's such a big budget movie. They're like, sure. And I just, all weekend, like a crazy person, just did it.
Yeah, I was still on the East Coast, and so I only had, they put me up in a hotel. I don't think they want to give me another night there, and I certainly wasn't going to pay for it. That was crazy working on that movie, huh? You remember, you know what kind of blew me away was the, oh man, just what, remember Mission Impossible came out that weekend when we were shooting, and it was like it broke all records, and just, I couldn't believe how you were not intimidated by Tom Cruise at all.
You were?
I couldn't believe. I remember
you were intimidated by him?
I didn't look him in the eye. I was afraid. I mean, I was.
Because you were too tall.
No, man, come on. I'll never forget you going, hey, Tom, yelling across set. You have a jump rope in your trailer? I want to do some jump rope. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I was like,
and
I remember standing in like the shadows, like not wanting to be seen. Like I've just been told, like, don't get noticed and you'll last longer. I was just always afraid of getting fired. And you were like, yo, Tom, can I run in your trailer? I remember like his trailer, like satellite dishes would come up.
It was like Emerald City.
It was like something. It was like a space station. Like things would just like you'd hear a hydraulic and then another like it was like a transformer. Then another part of it would come out.
And he was still married to Nicole Kidman then. Janusz Kaminski was the director of photography, was married to Bonnie Hunt. So not only was everyone famous and hot shit, Janusz Kaminski was the director of photography for Schindler's List.
Right.
It was like
and most recently Lincoln.
Yes. And Cameron Crowe was with Nancy Wilson. So
Right.
Not only was everybody at the top of the world, the top of the showbiz heap, their wives were.
Right.
It's like the lead singer of Heart, the girl from Raising Arizona, and Nicole Kidman just stopped by, just to say hi. It was crazy.
It was. I have to tell you though, Jay, the most special moment for me was driving up to your house in the hills, seeing Barry Katz's Ferrari with stones stuck in the tires because it was a hill. Remember, he'd put the stones under the tires, afraid it would roll down, buddy.
My God, man!
But do you remember he would put the stones under the tires
like rocks.
Like it was a trailer, like it was a trailer parked for months on Ventura Boulevard.
Wait, stones is like small. He took like something the size of a laptop.
Yeah, and jammed them so it wouldn't roll down.
I just don't want it to roll down the hill, man.
And I remember driving up there, and we had no idea that we were in that movie together, but we had known each other quite well.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to tell you, I'll get into this further in the podcast. You really influenced me greatly early in my adolescence, and I'll get to it. But I remember driving up there because I was in LA, I think because I had auditioned for it or I was doing wardrobe, and you said to me, I just booked a huge movie with Tom Cruise. And I said, oh my God, so did I. And that's when we realized I was up in your place in the hills. And I think I even said to you, like, holy shit, Jay, can you fucking believe were doing it. Like, we were in that shitty sitcom, and you're the guy from Verona, and I would go to your house in the Lower East Side, and you were so fucking funny, and Dina Cola and Neil Brennan, and you showed me a whole new world. And now here we are in L.A., and we're fucking doing it. It was such an amazing moment that you and I were both a part of that, because I didn't know anybody there. I didn't know. You know, you had also been living in L.A. for a couple years, and I'm not sure if you were I think you were dating your first wife at the time.
Yeah.
So you were pretty established here. You were doing the Jeff Foxworthy show?
I had done Saturday Night Live.
Right.
And I came here full time. I was doing Jeff Foxworthy show and stuff. Yeah.
So you had found success. You were making TV money. You were doing the improv every night.
And what were you doing? Just a lot of pilots?
No, I was in college still. Do you remember?
NYU Film School.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember the old days?
I remember the old days. I remember
Frosty and Neil Brennan staying in your place, and
I had like 4 guys sleeping on one futon. It was very homoerotic, and I liked that. I get up to pee in the middle of the night with a pee boner, and I'd be like, "Look at these guys. This is nice." I
saw one night Neil Brennan was playing at oh God, not the old Boston place, but the place around the corner, Comedy Cellar, right? And he said, I'm there tonight, and I was in New York, and I ran over there, and it was just so funny to see him.
He's funny.
He's really funny, and obviously he's found a lot of success, but I hadn't seen him since I think he was in your apartment.
Did you talk to him at all?
Well, you know, he and I went to school together, but he dropped out of there the second he got there.
All the great ones do.
Yeah.
Did you graduate?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, your parents wouldn't let that fly. You couldn't drop out with Michael at the helm.
Well, also,
Jerry,
I didn't
the
have the
listeners should know.
distractions. I was living.
No distractions. You were on a sitcom.
I took a semester off to go do that, but I was also living at home. Do you remember my grandfather? Like, I was driving here, and I was like, Jesus Christ. Jay used to come over with Dina Cola, and we played basketball at 17th Street. And remember my grandfather was in the living room? It was just so crazy.
I remember your mom was wearing like a jumpsuit, right? Like a cool one, like Pete Townsend, The Who.
Yeah. Well, they're weird people. They're from Chelsea. They're weird.
They're very, I don't know. I wouldn't say weird. I would say off the beat as cool. I think they're cool as hell. And your mom was wearing like a jumpsuit, like Pete Townsend's white jumpsuit from like Tommy.
She's a crazy lady.
It was great. People don't know this about Jerry O'Connell, star of Crossing Jordan. I think it's probably the most clocking, Kangaroo Jack. Body Shots, Piranha 3D. Your father is very British, was in the Royal Air Force, and looks almost exactly, if Mick Jagger didn't have the weird jowls, he looks exactly like your father. Your father looks just like Mick Jagger, but with white hair.
You know, I think a lot of people...
Is that
fair? I don't think he looks like Mick Jagger.
Jerry?
The luau is over.
Can you tell that story? This is my favorite O'Connell family story.
Jay Moore would always say to me...
No, don't give away the punchline first. Just tell the story and end with the punchline.
My brother and I were in high school, and we were in Long Island, and my father had chartered a boat with our uncle the next morning at like 4 a.m. to go fishing. And as you know, it's extremely expensive. It's hundreds of dollars at the time, probably thousands of dollars now. And there was a beach party, and, you know, my brother and I wanted to go to the beach party at night and try and make out and drink beer or whatever. And there was a bonfire. So my father said, right, I'm going to come back and pick you up in the parking lot. I'll be here at 9 o'clock because we have to be up at 4 to go fishing first thing in the morning. And we were like, yeah, whatever. So like 9 o'clock rolled around, and my younger brother was like, hey man, it's 9. We have to go meet Dad. And I was like,
I call bullshit right there. There's no way that Charlie was the responsible one.
Well, he was.
The way you told me originally, you guys hooked up with chicks and you're making out. You dug holes in the sand to make out.
Right. We were hooking up, and we didn't want to go see my father. So then we eventually saw headlights coming on the beach. And my father had a Jeep at the time, and he pulled up to the bonfire, and then kids were all running because there was underage drinking, and they thought it was the cops. And there were, maybe 100 kids there. And my father stepped out of the running car and went, Jerry, Charlie, the luau is over. And so Jay heard that story, and then anytime we'd go out, Jay would say to us, if we were leaving, Jay would go, Jerry, the luau's over, come on.
But you told me, like, kids out in Montauk, that became, like, part of their lexicon. Yeah. Like, right. They'd be in a party, like, let's get out of here, man. This luau was over.
Right. Can we talk about how crazy you were back in those days? You remember Peggy Sue's?
Yeah, Peggy Sue's.
That was a bar, everyone, that was on 13th. University and 13th.
Yeah.
And we went there often.
Drank for free. Not a good combo when I come in and you go, no, you don't have to pay for drinks here, JJ. Just go behind the bar and help yourself.
I'll tell you about a theory I had about you in those days. I thought you were on steroids.
Really?
Yeah, because you gained about 20. We would lift weights together. Oh, this is where it's going to get good, people. We would lift weights together with each other at that gym above the Angelica.
Mm-hmm.
What was it called?
I don't know. I really don't know.
And
it was above the Angelica Theater on Houston Street.
And there was a gym upstairs that you and I would go to. You put on about 20 pounds in months.
I was tired of being a pencil neck geek. I was tired of people telling me the luau was over. But I want to take control of my life and kick some ass myself.
Now, I didn't lift as much as you did, and I realized you had a wrestling background, so you knew how to put on weight and take it off and all that stuff. But, I couldn't put a pound on, and you put on 20, and then we would go to Peggy Sue's, and you had what I believe was roid rage.
Without the roids.
And
remember,
I guess
I shot Jason Steinberg in the ass. Somebody had a stun gun for security. One of the security guards at Peggy Sue's had a stun gun, and I thought it would be funny if I shot my friend, Jason Steinberg, in the ass with a taser. And then Neil Brennan was on the podcast, and the story got to him. He was there, and Neil Brennan says, you did it to him twice. And I'm like, no. Like, I had to put my foot down, like, no. I only tased my friend once. I wasn't crazy. But that's how I can understand you thought I was on steroids. I thought it'd be funny to tase someone.
Do you remember you and I should tell everyone, Michael DiNicola, who was a comic with Jay for many of those years, how is he doing?
He's just vanished. Nobody knows where he is.
Are you kidding me?
No.
That's awful. Sometimes late at night when I'm cyber stalking people, I look him up and I just can't find him either. It's just,
He never really paid rent. It was one of those things where he was my roommate, and then...
But you guys wrote together. I mean, obviously there's a give and take. You were a famous TV star at the time.
Let me
and
tell
he
you
was a struggling guy. So we all
I
help
learned,
people out.
like Master P says, when the money get low, there they go, there they go. I, in my life, in the last 4 years, have cut probably 8 people out of my life when I realized if there's no check on my end, they don't really want to hang out.
That's so amazing. And I made the cut. I'm still here.
Yeah, because you never took a dime from me.
Never.
But DiNicola once, I canceled the DC Improv and the Baltimore Improv because I had another gig. And I said to him, my business manager called me and said, how good friends are you with this person? Let's say a different name from now on, with Marty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Said, don't worry. No, it's fine. I go, I just don't want to pile on because he's destitute. I go, really, like, great friends. Like, we're best friends. He goes, well, he hasn't really paid rent. I go, how long? And he goes, no, he's never paid rent this entire year.
Is this when you owned that apartment up on 57th or something?
43rd and 11th. I always rented in New York. And he never paid rent a year. Like, never, ever. The illusion of, like, paying rent. And I asked him, why haven't you paid rent? And he said, sorry. And then we parted ways. And then I came up to him, I had a show at the Beacon Theater, and it sold out. It's like a big celebration. Everybody's there partying, having a good time. I sold out the Beacon Theater. Like, that's where the Allman Brothers play, man. Big night. And Mike's there. And I said to him, I got to assume you didn't pay rent because you had to eat. And you had to take care of necessities. And I don't want to be that guy that doesn't give a guy a second chance. So I would like you to move back in and we could be roommates again. Because it was a great time, And he moved back in. 4 months go by. My business manager, Dean, calls me up and goes, Mr. DiNicola hasn't paid rent. And I said to Mike, why didn't you pay rent? He goes, well, you canceled the DC and Baltimore Improvs. I was going to open for you. That was going to be rent. And then I realized I can't book gigs to make sure you pay me the rent because you're my opening act. That's a lousy business model. And I've had other friends, stand-up friends, who I realized, I pay guys money to open for me. And now I don't pay anybody anything. Guys like Ryan Sickler, who's got a great podcast. Sickle Cell, The Crab Feast, which is a great podcast that you guys should all subscribe to on iTunes, The Crab Feast. He says to me when he opened for me once in Denver at the Comedy Works, he said, look, man, let me get something straight. I don't want a penny of your money. All I want is stage time and the way we laugh off stage. Let's just laugh our balls off. And that guy flies himself to gigs. He probably loses money half the time. But that's how it used to be. Like, I used to drive to Buffalo for like $50. I knew I was losing a whole bunch of money, but I knew if I could make a contact, I could crack the code. Camp Wilder.
No.
I'm sorry.
I still want to talk about young Jay Moore to everybody. Because another way you really influenced me, and you'll never remember these stories.
Well, why did you ever come up to me and say, hey, are you on steroids? Because you were afraid I'd get in a fight?
I was afraid you would tase me.
Don't tase me, bro.
These are just things I was thinking about when I was coming here, about to go down memory lane. I mean, at the time, You know, I probably said to you maybe when we were in a steam bath together or something. You used to always make me go in the steam bath. Nothing ever happened, I swear to God. But remember, you used to love steam.
I made Angie go in a steam room
You
with me.
used to have like a lung thing, remember?
Yeah, it's called smoking an eighth of pot a week.
And you would always insist on going in steam baths, specifically in different various gyms in the West Village and stuff, which I didn't always feel comfortable in. And I want to tell everyone listening, nothing ever happened. But it was still.
Well, you left earlier than I did, so don't speak for me. Don't speak for me. If I met the toy cannon,
it was just always crazy. And Jay was always someone who, and it was all jokingly and done with humor, but always touched you with his foot or something in a steam bath, or always made a joke like, "Oh yeah," and it would be so steamy, and I'd be like, "I know he's joking," but then like it was just crazy. But oh God, but I will never forget. I was my brother and I both went to NYU, and we were on a date. And you'll never remember these girls, but it was you were playing Caroline's.
Okay.
And I said, let's go see my friend Jay at Caroline's. So we went uptown, and I'll never forget the night we stupidly bought the beers in the souvenir cups, which aren't like $10 beers, they're like $30 beers, and we kept ordering the souvenir
big glass
cups.
that says Caroline.
Right.
Yeah.
So we, between the four of us, we ordered 8 beers, but we also ordered 8 souvenir cups. So the bill came to like $400, and I had to go negotiate with the manager saying, I didn't realize we didn't want to buy 8 souvenir cups. First of all, there's only 4 of us. Secondly, I don't need to remember Caroline's that much. Thirdly, I've been to Pottery Barn. I have my own cups. Fourthly, I live at home. I don't even need to buy my own cup. But I think I ended up negotiating for $200 and getting to keep 3 of the Caroline's cups. But afterwards, we met up with you, and the girl I was with, you know, I was still, you know, I was probably like 19, and I was 19. So the girl I was with, did a trick with her tongue where she moved her tongue fast. This is such a weird story, but I just want people to realize, the pedestal that I put Jay Moore on, and Jay Moore, without flinching or changing his voice, looked at her, and she moved her tongue very fast. And Jay Moore said, if I had a clit, I'd marry you right now. And it made us...
It doesn't make any sense.
It made us laugh so hard, and we couldn't stop laughing. And those girls, who my brother and I dated for months...
Oh, I get it, because if I had a clitoris, she could use it
if I had a clit, I would marry you right now. And, like, then you kept walking, and we were in Times Square, and... we couldn't stop laughing. And all night we went to Phoebe's. Remember Phoebe's, that bar on the Lower East Side? We were laughing. And I just, it was a real turning point in my life. I was
like laid that night?
I had a relationship with this girl for, years. It was your fault. And there
you go, buddy.
I mean, it was all you.
I was really crazy.
You were very funny, though.
Neil Brennan and I
was actually a good friend for you, though, because
you were a very good friend for me.
I never, whenever you did things to, I never got mad at you.
Let me know when it was over the line. In a way a friend would.
But I never got
Jay,
mad at you?
No. You did it great. You would go, Jay, this is not okay. You spoke to me almost like a parent, but in a cool, like a friend. And you'd say, like, you know, you got the one friend that's nuts. You go, bro, over the line. No. You don't bowl on the Shabbos, man. No good.
Yeah.
And I always listened to you, because I knew your head was in the right spot all the time. Neil Brennan was on the podcast, and Neil Brennan, why did you act that way? Because apparently I was like abusive to Neil, like I just teased the shit out of him. And he said, why? And I said, I'm going to say alcoholism combined with mania. And he goes, but what did you gain? I go, that's the part I don't understand about me. I gained nothing. I took no pleasure from mocking you or making you feel poorly. It's almost like once it got rolling like a snowball, it got bigger. Mania. Like when people are bipolar, but I never swung the other way. I was always up.
Well, I also want to say, anytime you said anything rude to me, I never took it personally. I mean, I
was like Don Rickles.
Yeah, it was it never offended me. One time we were in, I'm going to mention this bar again. I mean, I can't believe I'm plugging it. It's been closed for 30 years. Peggy Sue's. But we were there, and we almost got into a fight with another celebrity. And when I say we, I mean you. And I don't want to mention
I did get in a fight with Anthony Michael Hall on the roof of Peggy Sue's.
You're the one who's
that?
saying it. It was in a stairwell, actually. And it was crazy because...
that was after I punched him out on the roof.
But it was crazy because he was a very large man.
He was
at the time.
roided out.
I don't know.
Look,
that.
Edward
I don't
Scissorhands.
know
All
that.
right, that's true.
I don't know that.
Edward Scissorhands, very different sized Anthony Michael Hall than every other Anthony Michael
He was a
Hall.
large man, and you got into a fight with him, and I was with you, and it was intimidating. It was frightening, and you were not frightened in any way whatsoever. I don't know if it was your anger that you and Neil are talking about, if it was the fact that you're from Verona, and that's how you react to these situations.
I'll tell you what it was. But
it was in a stairwell. No, hold on a second. But remember we used to play ping pong all the time at that Korean ping pong club?
25th Street.
Right? And I said, hey man, let's go play some ping pong. And for months after that, you would always say, hey man, let's go play some ping pong. Let's go play some ping pong. Anytime any sort of situation happened that seemed to be somewhat aggressive, you would turn to me and go, oh, let's go play some ping pong.
Oh, you said it during the fight.
It wasn't during the fight. It was afterwards when everyone was pushed to their
and I was like,
corners.
Fuck that. Let's
and you
go
were
back. Where is he right now? And you're like, hey, Jay, let's just go play some ping pong.
I was like, let's go play some ping pong. Let's go play some ping pong. I didn't want to fight the people who were significantly larger than us. And I believe it was only you and I there. And it was a losing battle. And I said, let's go play some ping pong. Oh, God,
no way.
Maybe in your, okay.
Here's why.
But for me, it was,
I spent my entire life in a neighborhood, the youngest kid by 2 years in my life, on my street and in the neighborhood. So all my friends go to junior high and they go to high school, and I'm just alone. So I was either alone or I was the youngest guy. So I had to keep resetting the table and proving myself. And then when you're playing tackle football, when you're 12 and you're playing tackle football with 14-year-olds, they kick the shit out of you. Wrestling practice. I'm the youngest guy in the varsity team. I'm 105. I'm 105 pounds. Guys are throwing me all over the place. Stand-up comedy. I'm 16 years old. I'm the youngest I'm not old enough to be in the bar, and I'm there, and I'm getting more laughs. So I always had, it wasn't even a Napoleon complex. It was, I am actually good enough to do this, and everyone keeps acting like a dick to me. So instead of going into a shell, I hit the incline bench at the gym above Angelica, and I went, no more. I'm done with this. No one's doing this to me anymore. And with him that night, I remember he called me. We had the same girlfriend once. Anthony Michael Hall was dating a girl.
The girl who worked there?
No, it's this girl, Teresa, that was like a Ford model, and she was this girl. She kind of looked like Elaine Irwin, John Cougar Mellencamp's wife.
God, I always remember the girls you dated in L.A. were so attractive.
In L.A., no, in New York. L.A., I didn't fool around at all. I just was too busy doing comedy. Like 1920, sure. But I remember this girl looked, she was with Anthony Michael Hall, and I remember she was playing pool at Peggy Sue's, and I went up to her and I said, why are you dating Anthony Michael Hall? You should be dating me. And she goes, all right, that's like your first clue. This isn't going to be a good relationship. That a girl, that's like a biker chick on meth. Like, all right, I'll ride with you, Big Daddy. So a month goes by, me and this girl, and then she leaves me and goes back to him. Then he calls me in my home at LA. Somebody gave him my phone number.
Yeah, me.
Very nice, Jerry. And I literally pick up the phone, and he goes, you will never set foot in New York City again. Because
New York City?
Swear to God. Because I'll be here waiting to kick your ass. And I know you'll never go to Peggy Sue's again, especially on a Thursday night. Because that was like the big party night. There was like all the model parties. He goes, especially on a Thursday night, because you know what? You know that's my night. And you will never set foot in there again because it's... And he gave me like this whole thing, like, don't set foot in New York, don't go to Peggy Sue's, don't talk to Kellyanne or Patrick, like my best friends. Kellyanne's like a sister to me. And he goes, because I'll be there waiting for you. So that's really just saying to me, do me a favor, get on the next flight, come here and punch me in the mouth. What he didn't know was the next day I was flying to Philadelphia to do stand-up at college.
That's not New York, so that's okay, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm on a train. I have an apartment in New York. I have to go back to New York. I live there. So I'm not going to not go to my apartment if I'm paying rent. So I'm doing the next day. I go, I know you're drunk right now, but I hope you're sober enough to remember this when I actually see you again. I hang with the phone. The next night I have a gig at Philadelphia College of Textiles and Science. I get on the plane. I do the gig, and then I go from the gig to the station, the Penn Station in Philadelphia, to Manhattan, and I walk to Peggy Sue's with my luggage, backpack, 2 suitcases, and I remember going up the stairs, and Kellyanne, beautiful, sweetest girl in the world, Kellyanne goes, no. And I go, if it was in a church, it just would have happened in church. out of the way. Like, give her the Heisman, and I go up the stairs, and I go up to the roof, and that's when the fight happened. But he did call me and say all that.
You should have him on the podcast and talk about it. I mean, I'm sure it's all water under the bridge at this point, right?
I would hope so. It was a little quick, weird little fight. You know what I should have used? I should have used a tire tube or something. Jerry's very anti-confrontational.
Doing it again. No, it's not that I'm anti-confrontation. It's just that I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable fighting with large groups of large men in the stairwell of Peggy Sue's. I would rather go talk to the model who was playing pool at the pool table.
But I already done that.
And if someone told me not to go back to Peggy Sue's, I probably shouldn't be there in the first place. I mean, I'm pretty sure there were other bars in Lower
but that
Manhattan.
was the place that we all hung out. Like, it was like Cheers, and I was Norm, and you were Cliffy, and like we went there all the time. And we were
what else can I
alcoholics.
say about Young Jay that
We got to talk
up?
about our sitcom that we did. We have to talk about Camp Wild.
And we will in a second. I want to go back to
right.
Sorry,
No, I don't care. You're the guest. This is great for me.
I want to say we knew each other for a few years, and you started working at SNL, and you asked me to come up to the offices. I don't even think you'll remember this. And I went up to the offices, and it was really exciting. And you gave me a tour, and you showed me all the photos of Steve Martin and Chevy Chase and Martin Short. And I went up there, and it's right before you wrote the Barney Charles Barkley sketch.
Barkley versus Barney.
Yeah, it was great.
Opening monologue.
So funny.
I said that very aggressively. Sorry.
No, it was because it's one of those iconic sketches, and but you were really stressed out up there. I could tell, and it was like kind of fun for me to go up there and see you, and you had a couple friends there, but you were the most stressed out I've ever seen you. You were.
Yeah, when I wrote the book asking for airtime, it really, like, I got stressed out again. Like, it was weird.
Just like reliving it?
Yeah, and the memories were so vivid. And once I just didn't talk about SNL because it was so weird. It was like Vietnam. Like, you weren't there, man. But then when you write a book about it, and when someone gives you a check, a big check to write a book about it, you better remember it and you better make it interesting. So then when I made the commitment to just dive headfirst back into it, I remembered the color of the carpets, like weird, like Vietnam veteran stuff. Like, I remembered everybody's names. I remembered their tics. I remember what they smelled like. I remember what everyone's offices, like what they had in their offices and stuff. Al Franken always chewed on pencils and it grossed me out.
You introduced me to Al Franken. You in sort of like
U.S. Senator Al Franken.
Yeah, sort of like you asking Tom Cruise for a jump rope and then running into his trailer.
I'm not crazy. I never ran into his trailer.
I'm pretty sure the story I remember is you pointing at him while he was walking the set with his detail, and you going, "Yo, Tom, let me grab your jump rope," and then running into his trailer and coming up with the jump rope and starting to do jump rope outside.
No, I'll tell you exactly what it was. Before his take, when he's getting fired and he's all sweaty and he's freaking out because he's lost the battle on the phones. I love black people. Show me the money. And he goes, "Who's coming with me?" Besides Flipper here. He wanted to be all sweaty and he wanted it to be like organic. And he's not like a method guy. I thought he was. And by the way, Tom Cruise, one of the coolest human beings I've ever worked with in my life. Top of the leaderboard. Would you agree?
Yes, great guy.
Knows everyone's name, kind to the crew. Andrew, how are you? Everybody okay? How's your girlfriend? That's great. You still like Korean chicks? All right. So he wouldn't say that. I just made that up because he's got a Korean girlfriend. But he knew everybody and he was great. And so he was jumping rope behind those giant flags of light, to make that office. By the way, for those of you that watch Jerry Maguire, that huge office that he quits when he gets fired and he has to go pack up, that was a set. That was a $5 million set. All those computers, you were never on it, were you? All those computers worked. All the phones went out. And phones came in, and all the voicemails were set up. You've reached Bob Sugar. Like, we had to do that. And I had business cards. I had everything that said Bob Sugar, whatever the name of the company was.
Do you remember the scene where you call up my hotel room? You were actually on the phone on the other end?
Yeah, just sniff or something if he's there.
Yeah, I mean, normally in any other show you work on, you have someone, a PA or something, reading lines.
They spared no expense.
The phones worked.
So he would jump rope right before that scene, so he was completely gassed and just defeated. He wanted to physically look disheveled without a wardrobe person going, "I'll untuck it a little like this,
right,
maybe this, and I'll spritz your face." So he would just jump rope for like 5 minutes straight in between setups, and they'd say action. He'd just drop the rope and go, "Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me besides Flipper here?" Like he was gassed. So that was me making fun of him for jumping rope. I was breaking his balls. Hey Tom, is it all right if I use your jump rope? Is that cool?
That's not the way I remember it, Jay. I remember you were really getting into shape back then. You talked a lot about. You were the first person who I ever heard the term carbs from. You talked a lot about carbs in those days.
No, I was into music. I was talking about the carbs.
That's not true. You actually used the term empty carbs, and I often to this day don't know what that means.
Beer, bread, empty carbs. Are you manorexic?
No, just...
I see pictures of you in Star Magazine running around.
I run a lot.
I think Jerry might be manorexic.
I do a lot of cardio, but I've always been thin, and you know it.
And you're married. We're not going to mention anything, or is it okay?
Sure, you can.
Your beautiful wife, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Rebecca Romaine is we both have hot wives. We both hit the wife lottery.
Yeah.
You have twins. Do you get any sleep at all?
My wife is currently working in Canada, so I'm sort of taking a couple months off to deal with them. Yeah, I get sleep.
You secretly hire a second nanny and just tell your wife, "Oh, it's brutal."
No, to be honest, I kind of I kind of like being there. I have girls. I know you have 2 boys.
I have 2 boys. Yeah.
You have 2 boys. It's a little different
10
with
and
dads.
2. I wish I had twins.
It's a little different with dads and girls. I like picking them up. I like being there. Listen, me coming here. I'm sorry to be such a weirdo about Orion Stickler about like what time I have to come in and all that stuff, but I like to pick them up at school.
I do too. We're the new generation of dads. I love you, dads. If our dad sat us down,
oh God, my dad,
and said, "I love you," we'd look at our brother and sister and go, "Oh, Dad's drunk. Why did he hit you?" Worse, he said he loved me.
Remember the joke you used to have about your grandfather? Coffee. Hug me.
Oh my God, I forgot about it. That's a great joke.
That's such a funny joke.
I could show affection used to have. Anytime I wanted to go hug my father, he'd go, "Coffee."
Go hug your mother.
Go hug your. Wow, I got to write that down. I've forgotten more material than
I know.
All right, you and I were on a sitcom. So how old are your twins?
4.
Are they identical?
No, not
Thank
identical.
God. That's creepy, right?
I don't know. You sort of
say something bad about somebody. Jesus Christ. Pick someone right now and say something bad about them. You are the nicest guy in show business.
Let me think.
You really are. That's probably why you were on shows for 6 years and I'm on shows for 1 year.
I wish that
you're nice and don't pick on everybody. Crossing Jordan, I would have been fired after the 2nd year. We're going in another direction. We brought in Shamar Moore to replace you.
You know what's crazy? Let me say one more crazy Jay Moore story.
Oh, these are great.
And you'll never remember these.
Yeah, because I'm an alcoholic, Jerry. A lot of it went out my ears.
I saw you in Vegas when you were doing stuff for More Sports. I don't know what the event was, but it was a big sporting event, and you were with your big-time producer for More Sports.
Bob Morton.
And you had a huge billboard outside of Staples.
Bob Morton, veteran of the More Stories podcast.
First of all, I'd never seen you smoke cigarettes. You were chain smoking.
Because I quit chewing tobacco, so I just switched.
But I'd never seen you smoke a cigarette. And that was a little jarring. It's sort of,
So far, I remember all of this.
You were out of your tree, and then I couldn't believe I saw you on Craig Ferguson, and you were. Listen, you can cut this out. This is your thing. I couldn't believe this is right after I think More Sports was canceled, and I watched More Sports, and I thought you were great. And listen, I go down to your
Kilborn. I think you're about to say
Craig Kilborn. Sorry, and I went to your sports show today, and I listened to you on 570, and you're great. You're almost born for this job, and this is a guy I want everyone to know listening right now. This is a guy who. Jane Moore is the only man I know who sits down and watches an entire baseball game can sit down and watch a game from beginning to end on television. And it's not in the background. He sits there and watches a baseball game. I'll never forget that. I remember you and I hanging out and you watching a Colorado's Rockies game. And me being like, "What are you watching this for?" And you being like, "Oh, it's the Rockies. Something was happening. I don't know."
Well, now with a kid, I don't watch a whole game, obviously, but I like the battles within the battles. I love the way I love the way a hitter make me feel great. I love the way a hitter works the lineup. I love watching the way a pitcher throws to open a game. Oh, he's going all inside the first time through the order. And then I get obsessed, almost OCD, like, is he going to keep jamming them inside with inside pitches the second time through the order? Or did he switch gears and start throwing breaking stuff way outside? You know, is he getting in their heads? I love to watch a game plan of a pitcher executed when they're doing it correctly. That's all.
Well, anyway, I think you... I've never seen you happier doing this.
There's a lot
show.
of people that can watch a baseball game start to finish. They're called unemployed people, Jerry.
I do also, hey, so let me ask you, and you can cut this out. Let me ask you about that more sports thing when it went off. Why'd you go off the rails like that? Why didn't you just say oh, it didn't work out? Because you personally attacked the head of ESPN. Now, I don't know.
The head of ESPN was Mark Shapiro. And what happens in show business, and Jerry knows this as well as anybody, you sell a show to person A. Person A leaves, B comes in. It's not their show. It's just something that's already in the works.
So a new head came in?
Mark Shapiro came. I sold the show to Michael Eisner. And he greenlit it, and then he left. Now Mark Shapiro comes in, and he's got this band of misfit toys, a bunch of comic potheads, doing this sports variety show, and he's trying to tell us how to do it. But we've already been up and running for 2-3 weeks. We're okay, bro. Leave us alone. And he got involved. Look, all comics really want is autonomy. Just let me, when I'm on stage, let me say whatever I want to say. And if you tell me when I do corporate gigs, if it's a G-rated show, just did one in Orlando for the people at Raymond James Financial, fine, G, no problem. I didn't say damn, nothing. PG, R, just tell me what you want, but then get out of the way. You got to leave me alone. And what he started to do was we would do a monologue, and it was a comedy show. It was like the Tonight Show, but sports. And I would do a monologue and stuff, and we would edit it to time, and then we would put it up in the satellite through the computers, and it would get sent to Bristol, Connecticut, where ESPN headquarters is, and then they would get it and receive it, and now it's their responsibility to actually put it on television. And then when I watched the show on television, it would be all different shit. Different jokes in the monologue, sketches we did were cut out.
So they recut it.
They recut it. And when we asked them why, Mark Shapiro specifically said to Bob Morton, who, by the way, has 19 Emmy nominations for comedy because of the David Letterman show, he goes, it just wasn't funny, guys. It just wasn't funny. So I just helped it out. So now you got a suit telling you what's funny and recutting the show. To me, that's unacceptable. And I got a staff of comics. I'm their leader. And then when they canceled the show, it enraged me because I knew that guys did their jobs exceptionally well. Not good, not great. These guys were given a chance and they went. KP Anderson runs the soup. The reason the soup is fun and good again is because KP Anderson took it from garbage and he ran it the right way with the way he did more sports. And Ralphie May was a writer on that show. John Moore, the Colonel, John Holland Moore, he runs Joe Schmo now. He was on that show. My coaching tree on that is incredible. And guys that did their jobs better than anybody could have asked lost their jobs because that guy had a hard-on for us.
Do you watch?
That's why I went on Craig Kilborn and said, I will always watch ESPN, and what you're referring to is on TV. I said, but Mark Shapiro's a fucking cocksucker.
Do you watch these shows now, The Soup, Tosh, Fallon, and do you, is it a different eye that you look at those shows with now?
No. I watch them and I like them. I know, I like Tosh. I like Anthony Jeselnik's show a lot.
Yes, so do I. It's funny.
Love it. But,
you should be on his panel.
I'd like to. Sure. I would love it. But the thing with when I watch ESPN shows, we didn't know that a 0.4 rating was normal for the middle of the day on ESPN. Pardon the interruption, that's what it gets. But when we came out with a 0.4 rating, they panicked. They thought we were going to get a 2, like a WB show. But we didn't. So that's why.
I'll tell you what's fun about you.
We have to talk about Camp Wilder.
And I will, and you can cut this all.
But no, we're not going to cut any of it. We don't cut the podcast. It's warts and all, baby.
One last point I want to make. I like you working in sports because there's always material to go off of.
Every day.
Every morning you wake up,
I'm happy as hell.
Something happened, Carson Palmer went to the Raiders. That's a half hour of material right there. He didn't go to the Raiders. He went to the Cardinals.
From the Raiders. Yeah. I got you. They're retiring Shaq's. As we record this, they retired Shaquille O'Neal's jersey.
This is really funny.
And somebody tweeted the show and said, to honor his free throws, the jersey should miss the hooks when they try to raise it up to the rafters. You know what's fun, Jerry? The audience sometimes, they're really funny.
Yeah.
They're dialed in. And if they just, all you got to do, all anybody wants is to be wanted and recognized. And when you just say, hey, man, Drew just had a great tweet, and you just say that guy's name on the air, just reward the guy. And a lot of shows don't do that. They'll just read the tweet. Like the show that's on, a lot of shows that are on, they just do it.
Well, I think you're also a comic, and you know how to give credit. You know what I'm saying? I think that's part of your. Everybody wants to be a good guy, and
a lot of comics don't like giving up the credit. I think it's I will say this about myself. I think it's one of my better skills is saying, this person just said something really funny. Let's back up and readdress it. How many times did you audition for Crossing Jordan?
I had a friend who was a writer on it.
So they just hired you? You were the lead. Male lead.
I had a friend who was a writer on it.
That doesn't answer my question.
A guy I went to college with.
So how many times did you audition for Crossing Jordan?
I didn't audition.
So you were offered the job to be the co-lead?
Yeah.
Wow. That'll get you a nice house with twins in it, man. That's a lot of dough. How long did that run?
6 years.
That's a lot of money. And then you did the crossover on Las Vegas. You guys
That's right. And that's where I met.
Vegas and Crossing Jordan, they tried to do a little crossover, like when the Harlem Globetrotters would have the Scooby-Doo gang over.
Right.
So, is that the most amount of money you made in show business? It has to be, right? Yeah, of course it is. 6 years on a procedural drama?
You know, I didn't really want to do it for money.
Shut up. I'm asking you, what project in your life did you make the most money on? I don't want a number.
I think in terms of a job, that was the longest job I've ever had. 6 years. That's a long time. I did a show. I did a show before that for 5 years
called
Sliders. The science fiction show.
Oh yeah.
So
But you didn't make as much on the Sci-Fi Channel as you did on CBS. Just tell me, what show did you make the most money on?
I would say Crossing Jordan. You are correct. Yeah,
I know, but you're such a politician.
I just don't like talking about money. I think
we're not talking about money. We're talking about what was the most beneficial to you and your family.
Yeah.
Now you know why I was so aggressive, because I couldn't get a out of you all through my 20s.
Can't we just go play ping pong?
Let's just play ping pong. I believe the bonus content, if you go to youtube.com/morestoriesballs, you and I, Jerry, will talk about being on the sitcom Camp Wilder. 2-time Academy Award winner Hilary Swank was on that show.
Right.
And I remember we used to mock her almost every day.
No, listen, Jay, I didn't
because
make fun
we
of
couldn't
anyone.
have her.
Well, listen, I like you had a big crush on her, and don't say you didn't have feelings for her, because you did. But she was Hillary was continually in a very long relationship, and also met her then soon-to-be husband Chad Lowe while we were working together in 1992.
Yeah.
Jay, 21 years ago. Jay.
You said that like Alex Trebek.
21 years ago.
Ooh, sorry. It was 21 years.
And the image of Jay I remember then is him in a 1992 turquoise
blue. Seattle Seahawk blue
Mustang convertible, playing one of two CDs. Onyx is heavyweight and still undisputed. Planet Earth. Or
Let me boys.
Or playing Bone. God, what was it?
It wasn't Bone Thugs and Harmony.
No. Slam. No, not Slam. OPP. How can I explain it? I said it frame by frame. It
Naughty by Nature.
Naughty
with
by
the
Nature.
stupidest album cover ever. Vin from Naughty by Nature, hand drawing a baseball bat for the cover. Nice artwork, guys.
But
we've come a long way from Boston and Kansas.
And also throwing in some Frank Sinatra, blaring it, driving down Ventura. Really funny. Remember we used to go to that little puff and putt, that pitch and putt, and drink beers with all the prop guys?
Yeah, the prop guys on that show were actual alcoholics.
They were, there was a lot of drinking in between work and stuff, you know?
Yeah, you and I did not. I know that for a fact. And I remember we would go into the prop room and they had coolers of beer and they just went in there and they just got gassed. But you would never know.
Remember
now I always see those guys, like when you work the Emmys, you'll be like, oh hey man, like they're the best guys.
Yeah, remember they had a code. If they wanted something, they would never yell it so that the producers would hear that. It always go Like
Yeah.
if they needed you to do something and they didn't want to go, hey Jay, pick up that prop, like they were yelling or like panicking, they just go,
Yeah, they had your back. That's exactly right. They were good dudes.
Then you turn and look at them and they'd be like, so there was no yelling. And I use that to this day. It's so great.
Use it to your twins? Like, who pooped their pants?
I do have a big whistle that I can do that I...
Can you whistle?
Loudly.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd rather be able to whistle than dunk.
All right,
Would you rather be able to whistle or dunk?
Are you ready for this big whistle?
Angie, are you ready? We're going to whistle.
You ready?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Can Charlie whistle too?
My brother?
No, fucking Charlie Chan.
No, I have a daughter named Charlie as well.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, it'd be weird if a 2-year-old could whistle.
No, he can't.
It bothers him, I bet. Your brother was on The Bachelor. Let's not get too far from that.
Yeah, it was crazy.
When he was on The Bachelor, do you actually have sex with the girls during the show? Because that's how I would pick. I would pick whichever one had
I
sex
think there's
with
a lot of hanky-panky. My brother, and he should speak for himself, but from what I saw, it was a pretty dreadful experience. A lot of alcohol is involved. A lot of alcohol and like videotaping of things is involved. I think you're put into what can only be aggressive positions, like in a stairwell at Peggy Sue's. And I think it was pretty much a negative experience for my brother. I don't know that for a fact. He should speak for himself.
How long did he date the girl that
I think years.
Hold on. That quote won.
I think years.
How come
but
he's the one bachelor that's not on People Magazine all the time? There's always like Ryan and Trista. They got back together. Like, I don't know who these people are.
Because my brother is...
Finally, there's one bachelor that I actually know and have a vested interest in, and he's like the lost bachelor.
Because he works on a fishing trolling boat in Montauk, Long Island. I mean, he's not...
But that's like, where are they now? That's like perfect for People Magazine.
I understand that, but that's not...
Do you?
And I want to say, Jay, I really want to thank you. You really, I think you helped me become a man. You made me funny. You really helped me to not be intimidated in front of women. I hung out with you when I was 18, 19, 20, 21, and those is in a young man's life. And I want to say, because you were a stand-up comic, because you were not afraid of young people, you were a really positive influence on my life, and I think about you often when I'm in social situations.
Really?
I do, yeah.
So why don't you call me more? I said that like Ed Wynn. Why don't you call me more?
Well, we stay in contact, but you know how it goes. You have kids. I mean, what do you want? Like during the week, I'm fucked. On the weekends, I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
What about the non-weekends and weeks?
I mean, I'm just fucked. Like, if I want to see, I'll just tune into 570 if I want to.
Yeah, buddy. All right, we're going to do bonus content right now. Go to youtube.com/morestoriesballs. And you guys really should be subscribing to this. As a social experiment, I wanted to know how many people will take this podcast from their ear holes and go on their computer and use their eye holes and watch bonus content. You get the animation of me and John DiMaggio doing two black guys talking about hockey, me and Kirk Fox doing jokes while holding puppies, George Wallace, I'm butt naked with George Wallace, Brian Callen, we started the podcast while he was naked in the shower. A lot of male nudity. Maybe I am gay. I kept trying to lure you into the 10th Street bathhouse.
No, it would have happened.
The chemistry between you and I, astounding. Jerry O'Connell.
Friends of the show. This has been Jay Moore's podcast, More Stories. For more info, go to jaymoore.com. That's JAYMOHR.com. This is the Opie Anthony channel on Sirius XM. Every NBA and NHL playoff game is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app. The game-winning baskets. Oh, he did it! Chris Paul! The game-winning goals. Got over the hole, so one-timer, score! Hear them all right here. Let Sirius XM be your ultimate sports pass to hear every NBA and NHL playoff game wherever you go on the Sirius XM app. Upgrade to All Access today. Visit SiriusXM.com/All Access or call 877-613-3589. Comedy, MMA, psychedelia. Fuck yeah. 100%. Guaranteed. Are you experienced? That's a mind-fucking half right there. The Joe Rogan Experience.
This week, comedians Ari Shaffir and Amy Schumer.
Have you ever done with anything but white?
Yeah.
Why would you assume she has such an extensive sexual background?
If I want to sleep with someone, it happens real quick.
Like within hours?
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
I know.
Here's the Joe Rogan Experience. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie Anthony Show.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be your own boss? Get the inside scoop on one of the fastest growing franchises in the U.S., Retro Fitness. Watch CBS's acclaimed TV show, Undercover Boss, as Retro Fitness CEO Eric Cassaber is put to the test undercover in his own clubs. Retro Fitness is a manager-driven franchise model. They'll train your full-time manager to run your club. From real estate site search, construction, and project management to club operations, training, and marketing, Retro Fitness has been value engineered to help you jump from startup to profitability as quickly as possible. There's a huge demand for high-value, low-cost gym memberships, and Retro Fitness has nearly 100 gyms open already. Millions of people will tune in to watch Retro Fitness on Undercover Boss, and territories are going fast. If you miss it, watch the full episode online. Links available on retrofitness.com. Be the first to lock in your territory before it's gone. Be the boss. Get started building your own gym empire today with a Retro Fitness franchise. Details at retrofranchising.com or call 201-867-5309.
Men's Health magazine recently tested products that provide relief for sweaty balls. The top product and the runaway winner, according to Men's Health, was Fresh Balls. Fresh Balls was the only product that received 4 out of 4 stars and did not get one negative comment. Men's Health said the others were clumpy, the others were messy, and just didn't measure up to the #1 recommended solution for sweaty balls, Fresh Balls. That's pretty impressive. Find out what people are talking about.